Okay, so welcome to
Uh,
session 13. So previously, you've gone as deep as you can in the crater and then retreated and headed home. On the way back, you had more encounters with the creature or spirit that has taken Ayer's form, that apparently resided in his mind temporarily. Some of those encounters were somewhat tense, but you managed to talk your way out. You came across four stone pillars at the base of a large stone outcropping. Atop the pillars was a metallic material. The pillars were covered in ruins. Between the pillars was a portal or doorway leading downward that was not passable. You figured out that casting magic into all four pillars caused the portal iris to open. Unfortunately, cantrips only caused it to stay open for about 10 seconds. You were able to use a wand of fireballs, though, and the level 3 spell caused the portal to stay open for about 1.5 to 2 hours, though you didn't stay the entire time to confirm the exact time. Inside, you found more ruins covered in plants. You came across several automata, and finally a room full of reddish liquid, pulsing fleshy objects in the water, bones, vines, and large glass tubes filled with red liquid. You retreated to avoid further conflict with the automata. You continued your journey and came across a large rusted obelisk that had fallen on its side. The obelisk was covered with runes, far more than you could record. It would take weeks or months to do so. Notably, the runes were in a clearly different language than everything else you'd come across so far. You found signs of recent activity in the area, so you hid out for the night. You saw many very large crab-like creatures approach. They seemed to have some sort of ceremony, squeaky voices, a form of music, and strange motions. Once done, they left. The creatures seemed to be mostly flesh, but also had mechanical elements, including large metal cylinders on the top of some of the larger creatures, similar to those that fired beams of energy at you in the past. Finally, you returned home. You then reported in, turned in your missions, and started a long rest, a period of 2 weeks of downtime. As we begin, that long rest has just finished. It is now Risiel 7th, a blessedly cool and cloudy day. And during that process, you've been called in regularly by your various guilds and the Nexus Guild to give further details and accounts, which I assume everybody cooperated with. And finally, after 2 weeks of downtime, we'll begin. But first, has everybody leveled up their character or needs to do anything else downtime related?
Yeah,
Not for
I
me.
haven't fully finished. I have a couple things I need to do, but I just want to roll for my health really quick.
Okay, is there anything you need help with, or is this stuff you can do on your own?
No, I can do all this by myself. I'm not worried.
Okay, anybody else?
I don't have to level up, and I kind of forget what I'm supposed to do.
Okay.
So it looks like I get a
Uh,
5.
one of you had a pretty good link as far as leveling up that you'd given him in the past. You can just give him that link again. No? All right. I
I'm
will
put.
look it up then.
Dave, do you have that link?
I'll have to look it up.
I was searching for it too, but I can't find it.
All right. Well, while Dave is looking that up for him, does anybody else need to do anything for downtime or leveling?
Um, since we had 2 weeks, we were allowed to do two 1 week activities, right?
Right, but I believe your two 1 week activities were training your skill to get four trainings done. 4 weeks of training. So.
One of those was for that, yes. Not
Okay,
both.
so you had previously had 3 weeks of training done already?
Yeah, our last three
Okay.
long rests.
In that case, yeah, then you have 1 week of your long rest in order to do one of those downtime activities.
Yes, I was just going to ask really quick. You know how one of the activities is training? Can I go back to the guild and just ask them to teach me a spell? That's it.
Um, I believe there'll be a 100, or sorry, 250 silver charge for that, but otherwise, yes.
Okay.
All right, so that's what you do during your second week.
Correct. And I picked my other thing, everything, so everything else is done.
Awesome. And then outside of the game, Oreo did some shopping, but that's already complete. Any luck with that link, or do you want me to find something here in Roll20?
No luck so far.
I thought you guys had this all worked out before, so I'm sorry. Anyway, in Roll20, if you click on I, you can type in character advancement, and then it'll go through, and if you scroll long enough, it'll talk about hit points and hit die, your proficiency bonus, your class features, and then you'll have to go to your class to see what you specifically get at level 4.
I already did that part. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm missing.
I did want to do more research for my during my downtime on the language.
Yeah, I believe you and Joel already spent your 2 weeks on that, didn't you?
Did we do that last week? Oh,
Yeah,
we did.
because you remember
Okay,
you
yeah.
got that. You learned a bit about the structure of the language, and then you got that code.
Right. Okay.
When do we get what are those called? Hold on. Traits. Yeah, I think or what are they?
We would get the this
Feats?
level.
Feats. Yeah, that's the term.
And you can get 1 feat this level or 2
Oh,
improvement.
you
ability.
multi-class, so I don't think you're eligible till next level.
No, I don't know how that works.
We
Neither
can
do I.
get 2 ability scores
'Cause it's-
instead of that, though, right?
It's
Mhm.
based off of your leveling in a class. So, yeah, when somebody hits 4th level or in a class, then that kicks in. But like in my case, since my first level was sorcerer, or no, second level was sorcerer, I don't actually have 4 druid levels yet, so I'm not eligible till 5th level. And since Rosin's multi-class, I think it's the same deal.
Okay, so in that case, Brosnan, it sounds like you're gonna get a feat next level. Was there
Wait,
anything
what?
else? Sorry, go ahead.
Time I leveled up, I had the spell slots for level 3 wizard when I thought I was supposed to have level 2, but someone told me it should be level 3, even though I was a level 2 wizard. So I really don't know what's going
Well,
on.
spell slots. Oh, wait, no. Well, the spell slots are based off of off of your combined class. If you're 2 full casters, then it's kind of like being a single class. Now, the spells you can prepare, that's a different story. That's going to be done individually based off of your levels in each class.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right then.
You wanted to wait. You wanted to wait and do the thing with my contact here in
Yeah,
game.
so there's 2 things that are going to happen at the end of the 2 weeks. One related to that, and then the other related to some other party members. But I'm just making sure we get the 2 week thing taken care of first.
Okay.
So is everybody's satisfied with the 2 weeks and the downtime?
Yep.
Mhm.
All right.
Mhm.
All right. So 2 things happen once your downtime is over. The first thing is that Gimbal calls or sends you a message, Ragu, saying he has information based on the things you asked for. And the other thing that happens at the same time is that Pico and Oreo are called to the Nexus Guild for something private. So who wants to go first? All right,
Doesn't
we'll
matter, I
do.
guess. Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, if Tyler hasn't said anything, then we'll go first.
Okay. All right. So Oreo and Pico, you show up at the Nexus Guild, and you're let in, and but this time you don't get you're not talking to your normal contact. There's it's a person you've seen around of a higher rank. He calls himself Joshua. He is a fairly slender, tall human, and he looks at the 2 of you as you're led into his office, and he says, "My apologies. I know this is unusual to call you two individually, and I'm not the person you're used to talking to, but I hope you'll forgive this. Now we have a little bit of an issue that is very particular to the two of you. And there's a group of tabaxi that diplomatic group of tabaxi that have come in while you're away. And we've been kind of putting this off as you went through your training, and you went through an ordeal and everything. However, they're claiming to be of and I'm sorry if I if mispronounced this horribly, but the Gara de Daga clan. And they claim that several disgraced members of their clan are acting on their behalf without, without permission, or you're going, they're going against their ways or whatever. And supposedly that is the two of you. Um, Obviously, they have no authority. They are diplomats, but however, they are petitioning the city lord, and something must be done eventually. But what's also strange is that they are petitioning for the exploration into the Lumev expeditions to cease until this matter is handled, which is rather odd. However, I'm not sure what we should do at this point, but I will tell you that this group are currently diplomatic guests at the Moradell Estates. So perhaps you can go and speak to them if you think that's wise. I am not sure. I don't understand the ways of the Tabaxi. I don't know the protocols, but whatever you need to do, I suggest that you do it.
That's quite unusual.
Insight check
Sure,
to
go
this
ahead.
guy. Um,
So what is it with your 24? What is it you're trying to figure out?
if he is if he's essentially like speaking for the guild, like I'm kind of very hesitant to believe that he's the one talking to us about something this significant and not coming from like what's our other contacts. So like I'm wondering if he is just like bluffing or I guess lying about what's going on. Like he's just trying to distract us or something.
Okay, so he seems pretty calm, and he seems to be confident in his position. Um, and like I said before, you have seen him around. You're you think he's probably higher up in the chain of things. So you don't. While this doesn't tell you why he's speaking to you, you are pretty sure that he is a member of the guild and has some authority.
Mm, okay.
And you also get the impression that he's very confused.
Does he have? Well, I'll ask him in character. Do you know what the names of these so-called diplomats are?
Um, I think their leader is Ragath. And yes, they are of the clan. Don't make me say the name again. The
No,
Gara
you're
di
good. You're good.
Gaga.
I got you. It's all good. I blame that on Dave, by the way. So you can go ahead and. But yeah, okay.
Ragath? That's a really weird name for a tabaxi.
Yeah, that's another one too. Yeah. So you said that
Um,
they're at the Mordell Estate?
yes, they came in as diplomats, and they requested, the usual diplomatic immunity and whatnot. And so the Mardell estates. The Mardell are one of the noble houses, and so the city lord apparently requested that they give this group a place to stay for the time being, so they are guests at the moment.
Okay, and I see it on the map. It's not that far from where we're currently at, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Okay.
from what you know of the
Sure.
city, it's the Moradell estates are actually in over here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, and I just look over to Pico. Do you have any idea what the hell's going on? Cause
No, in fact, I'm kind of wondering how they even knew we were here. I mean, it's not like we went and told everybody and their brother what we were going off to do.
that's another. Yeah, we're gonna have to just, I guess, figure that out. But oh my gosh.
Well, on the one hand, I feel like we may need to talk to these people. I'm not sure that's the first thing we want to do. I'm wondering if we should kind of do a little bit of subtle investigation.
Okay, so while you guys figure out what you're going to do next, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to Ragu.
Yep. Fair.
Okay.
So Ragu, are you going on your own? Is anybody going with you, etc.?
Um,
Either way is fine. I'm just
I'll,
wondering.
I said I'll just go ahead and go on my own. I'll take Char with me. I mean, normally I would take Pico, but he's busy with Oreo, so yeah.
Fair enough. All right, so yeah, you head over to the shop, and once you go in, you see, or as you approach, you see that the door has a close sign on it, but you see, you see a familiar face on the other side of the door because he's got a little bit of a glass panel there, and he opens it for you as you approach. And he says, "Come, come. You made a lot of requests, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to procure information on most of it, but I do have some tidbits that you might find useful."
All righty. Well, that list was just, a wide variety. I did not expect you to get but maybe one thing on there. But
Yeah,
yes.
fair enough. Anyway, I we ran into some issues. Well, I'll start with this. We ran into some issues, and you remember that business with the Kylon and all the magic items that were on the market and such. Well, that has
Yeah.
caused, let's say, it's caused some problems with our business, and it has made it more difficult to, at least for the time being, to acquire things through the usual means. However, I got lucky, and I unearthed some information regarding a criminal named Hintero Akata, a Sudaga hedge mage, apparently. Supposedly, he was recently caught by the Arcane Tower, but before he was caught, so the rumor goes, he hid his treasure, just in case he ever managed to get free. The rumor goes that among his treasure he had a magic item or items that supposedly made him supernaturally good at avoiding being hit or being affected by some types of magic. It was quite interesting. Unfortunately, I do not know the exact location where the supposed hiding place is, but according to my contacts, he often visited a shoddy, run-down tavern in the Westgate Common District. I think it was called Mud Under the Bridge Tavern. As I said, a shoddy sounding name. Um, I hear supposedly he was prone to spout off when he thought he was safe and he was got some drink in him. So I think there's a good chance that he might have bragged or spilled the beans about what he did. So that might be useful because that may have one or more of the items that you seek. And of course, he's a criminal. So if his stuff just disappears, well, what can he do? He's a criminal, right?
Mm,
So the second thing I found is you're asking about something of telepathic nature, and
yes.
my understanding is that outside the south gate somewhere there's an old crone named Kala. I have no idea what her last name is, or if she even has one. Anyway, so she has a hut out there somewhere, and the rumor goes that she has some way of granting telepathy to people who carry out her requests. It's rather odd, but it apparently it works. The funny thing is, though, and he scratches his head, I hear that those granted abilities by her oftentimes wind up leaving the city for some reason. Anyway, I don't know if those are useful to you. I'll keep digging, of course. With this lockdown, it's definitely made things more challenging. But perhaps if you follow up on these, you might find something interesting.
Thank you very much.
All right. So after you leave, Pico and Oreo, you've left the guild. So what's everybody doing at this point? Are you going to gather up, or are you going to go your separate ways, etc.?
On my way back to try and meet up with the rest of the group, I'd like to find out exactly where this Mud Under the Bridge Tavern is, just so I have a location. If,
Okay, so yeah, you're
didn't have
you're
it
over
for me.
here. From what you understand, it is. Hold on one second. It is.
And did Gimbal give me something specific to easily find it, or is it just go to this area and good luck?
Yeah, I got these numbers backwards. No, I didn't. Sorry. It's definitely over here. It's number. It's basically in this Western Common District. He told you it was there. He didn't seem to know where exactly it was, but given the distinctive name, you could probably ask around for it, but it might take you some time to do that. In fact, I'm going to light up the flag for you so you can tell that that's an important place. So yeah, you could
Is
definitely
there?
go over there and ask around and look around, but it might take you like an hour or so to find it. Do you just want to go straight there and do that? And it'll probably take you half an hour to get there. So maybe an hour and a half total. So you just want to go and do that, or do you want to meet up first? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh yeah, no, I'll go and do that, and then I can meet up with everybody. I don't think we have an exact, down to the minute. We're just supposed to all meet up in a general time. So
Okay,
yeah, I'll go find out the exact location and then be able to come back with that.
Okay, so yeah, you go and you search around. You have to ask around to find the place. Go ahead and give me a maybe a persuasion check or some other related skill to see to see how successful you are, or at least, or more accurately, how long it takes you to find it.
It sounds like investigation would be a good one.
Yeah, actually, that would work as well. Okay, so yeah, so it takes you about half an hour to hunt the place down. You ask a couple of people, they give you sort of directions, and then you finally hone in on it. So an hour and a half has passed. You see where the tavern is. You haven't entered yet. So are you going to enter, or are you going to go back?
Does the place look like abandoned and emptied, or?
It's definitely not. It's definitely it is an active tavern. An active tavern. It doesn't look that great, but there's definitely people inside and activity.
All right. Now that I know exactly where it is, I will go ahead and go meet up with the others first.
Okay, so you head back. So back up an hour and a half. Pico and Oreo, what are you two doing? Are you going to meet up with the others, or are you going to go off on your own?
It might be worthwhile to mention to the others, because if this is really something we're not gonna move forward with any mission until this gets resolved, they might want to know why we're on pause.
Yeah, and if nothing else, Ragu's had enough history with us that even though he's not directly affected, it's, he's in closer proximity than most. So yeah, we should go over that.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll meet with everyone.
Yeah, I don't know if this is out of character, but shouldn't they have named me as well as you two for acting on behalf of the clan?
Apparently, they only wanted to talk to Tabaxi. Of course,
Uh,
you don't know if that's intentional or if they just didn't know better.
yeah,
All
but
right,
still, that's
so
a clear.
Oreo and Gliptwang, you managed to gather everybody except for Ragu because he's off on his own at the moment. So what do you tell the rest of the group?
Hi, I'm a gnome.
You called
Wow.
it. You called him good tongue, Jeremy. That's why.
my, my apologies. Oreo and Pico, what do you tell the rest of the group?
uh, so
Well,
something weird happened. Seems like we've got folks from back from the homeland that seem to think that we're doing a big no-no out here, and because of it, we're not really able to move forward with our intended plan. So apparently, we've got to deal with this crap first.
now, so far, I'm kind of skeptical about whether this is actually a diplomatic envoy because I don't know. I mean, A, the name already doesn't sound right. Um, uh, I think we might want to get some information on them first before we talk to them. Um, I was thinking a little bit of stealth work, although it might be worth asking around, see if we can learn anything about, past diplomatic groups that have come through. I still owe Evala a book over at the library. Maybe she could point us in the right direction as far as finding ways to verify these people's credentials.
That would be a good. Yeah, that's a good idea actually. Um, but that also kind of leads into the rest of the team here. And I mean, there's another part that we don't know why they didn't bring in Ragu into the mix. Because yeah, if there's when we all left, it was kind of clear that we were coming as a group. So not sure why he wasn't necessarily involved in all that. So yeah, there's something fishy going on in there. No, anyway. But with the rest of the team, do you guys want to necessarily? Because we're thinking of investigating and spying this particular area where these diplomats are staying, but we don't want all of you guys to necessarily just spend the whole afternoon doing that if you guys feel that you guys can get other stuff done in the meantime too.
So Devok and Galen and Ire, what do you say?
In fact, if Ire in particular has any business he needs to attend to, this might be an excellent time for that.
I don't know if Ire has gotten back yet. He said in chat that he was going away for a second.
Oh, okay. So Devok and Galen then. So go ahead and respond.
Uh,
Don't really have anything I need to get done.
yeah, I think I did most of what I needed to with my research, so I'm good.
Well,
How are your
go ahead.
How are your underground supplies, Devok?
Oh God. Actually, that's a good point because I'm starting to get low on proficiency. So if you can kind of get a couple more skeletons in your bucket, then that'd be nice.
I think, I don't know, Devok, do you need more Skeletors?
And
Or what?
while you guys are discussing this, at some point in time, Ragu just shows up out of nowhere.
All right. How you guys
Okay,
doing?
cool. Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
that could be better.
Ah, so it was your business. I have some interesting things happening.
Well, apparently you know a couple of sort of fugitives.
You are?
Apparently
you
we've
know?
been. Apparently Ori and I have allegedly been doing stuff that the clan frowns upon, and they sent some alleged diplomats to come complain about us. I'm surprised they knew to find us here, and I'm also surprised that they're Tabaxi with a name like Ragath.
Yeah, what kind of tabaxi name is Ragath?
I don't know, but it's yeah, it's just there's a lot of wrong that's going on around that. So we need a we're thinking of investigating both the area where they're staying at to see what they might be up to. Pico's talking about possibly seeing if he can double check their credentials with the contact he's got.
I has an idea myself. Yes. I assume you fill me in on the rest of what happened at the meeting.
Yeah, I mean that was
mostly
pretty
it right
much.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if they're pretending to be diplomats, I'm very foreign myself. If we can get me into where they're staying, I can talk to them one diplomat from a foreign land to another.
I can
Under-
help with that too. I have a notoriously smooth tongue. If
Hmm.
it would be like acceptable for me to talk to them. I don't know if this is like just a clan dealing or if I'd be intruding.
No,
Ragu,
you would not.
the only potential issue would be that while they didn't mention you at all, that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't know who you are.
Because if they did not name me, they don't think I'm part of the clan. I thought I'd be able to sneak in, but yes, that is an excellent idea for him to go, and then yeah, he can find out too. Just approaches a different diplomat and is like, "Hey, how you doing? Where are you from? What are you doing?" And then he'll have to tell us so we can check it to see if it is,
There's
on the
no
clan
way.
level.
There would be no way that the clans maybe like using this as some sort of cover up to bring us back for some weird reason that something's going on. They're not really telling the rest of the land here what's going on, right? Would it?
You know how there was another group in Lumev? I've thought much about that. They were not known by the Nexus Guild controlling the portal. So I think there are some other peoples who want to get into the portal. And if they put in the order or put in the request to stop Lumev expeditions until this is taken care of, it could be a paperwork way to keep us out of Lumev, whilst the enemy goes and loots it for all that they can find.
Of course, doesn't this sound like a already one of those objectives for our oh shoot, what is it? Sword of Justice. What's the name of the group that seems to like unleashing Kylon on people?
Yeah, the Sword of Justice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those losers.
You know, they
Yeah.
seem like the kind who might want to interfere with expeditions.
So I think this is not from the clan, but from them pretending, and they just don't have enough information on clown
Which is
protocols.
which is exactly why we wanted to just kind of spy and see what they're up to first before we do any talking, because they're saying that these are tabaxis, but if we don't even recognize who these supposed tabaxi are, or what if it's somebody just putting on a disguise,
Yeah,
which would
exactly.
then, we need to kind of see that first.
That's what I was thinking, which is why I'd go as a different diplomat, or they can go. They're. I mean, we have a shadow kind and a lizard man. Sorry, guys.
You
Sudaga.
forgot Sudaga already?
Sudaga. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name Sudaga. Sorry, but we have a lizard man and a Sudaga as well. They could also be diplomats from their particular peoples. So it'd be just groups of diplomats coming together, and it's like, hey, I'm from this, diplomatic organization, and you're from a different one. Let's just talk, and then we could get in for the information, see if they actually have clan protocol knowledge.
Ire, you're back.
That I am.
Do
Hey,
you have any
welcome
pressing
back,
business you need to attend to?
No, maybe.
Of course, Ire, you disappeared. Do you even know what's going on right now?
Not really.
Okay, you guys might want to fill Ire in.
All right. Well, it turns out some people claiming to be diplomats from the Gara Dadaga clan, which is where Oreo and I are from. Um, they're claiming that Oreo and I have been up to bad things and don't want us going on expeditions until they sort all this stuff out. And so far, this is all sounding really shady and suspicious. You know, them not wanting us to go exploring sounds like sort of justice type crap. And they sure don't sound like any tabaxi I'd ever heard of. So we may be dealing with some sort of imposters, I think. And if not, they're some of the worst diplomats that the clan has ever sent forth. Maybe that's why they're sending them out. Also, I
And
really have trouble believing they would have known exactly where to look for us. So this
and
seems.
not realizing that I wasn't part of the clan. That's a history that is not really written down.
So yeah, are kind of suspicious about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still a little on the fence about going just outright and talking to them, but if it means you guys talking to them while maybe I skulk around and
Oh
find a
yes,
way
yes.
through the building to just see what the hell, who they are and how many there are and all that kind of stuff, then great.
Mhm.
We can do
Oh
that
yes,
at the same
yes,
time. But
yes. That was.
I don't want you guys to just go in first, be like, oh yeah, here we are, and start talking, and it's like we don't even know what the hell we're getting into.
Oh no, no, no. My idea was to be undercover as different peoples. You know, if they're the ambassadors for the Tabaxi, we'd be ambassadors for our own different clans or peoples, and it would be just a group of ambassadors all being housed at the ambassador's housing. So yeah, we would be undercover whilst talking to them, not just here we are.
Now, out of curiosity, when Oreo Ragu and I originally showed up in Mavin, which gate did we come through?
Probably the south gate.
All right, so I'm working under the assumption then that that would be the logical one that anybody from Ladderwind would be going through if they're showing up normally. Why don't we start by going to the south gate and asking there about the diplomat arrivals?
Sounds
That's
fair enough.
smart. We do
Yeah.
know a lot of guards down there. Well, not at the south
No,
gate,
not the
but
south one. Yeah.
All right, so you head to the south gate, and it takes you about 40 minutes to get there with everybody getting in the way and everything. And you finally arrive, and you see that there are some wagons coming in, and some wagons leaving. You see several guards, and you see the streets are full of people. It's in the middle of the day, so you know it's to be expected. And you see one male dwarf near the wall who's bellowing orders, who seems to be in charge. So what do you do?
Galen, do you want to talk using your smooth tongue there?
yeah, sure. I'll walk up and be like, "Heyo,
He
how you
looks over
doing?"
your way, and he kind of looks at you quizzically, and then, oh yes, there aren't many of you. My apologies. I don't know how to talk. Sorry. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Um, I was expecting some diplomats to come by here. I was wondering if you had seen them yet.
Diplomats. Not in the last
Maybe
several
ambassadors.
days, but maybe about a week ago.
Yeah? Do you remember
They
if
were
I'm looking for a specific group. What did they look like?
they they look kind of like they walked upright, but they look kind of like cats, sort of.
Ah, okay.
I don't know what they're called exactly, but they're cat people.
Cat
That's
people. What?
probably offensive, but whatever.
I
It's
won't tell
okay.
them you
I'll
said
not be
anything.
offended.
He looks your way. Oh, sorry about that. What are they? What are you called?
Tabaxi, as far as I've heard.
Oh, tabaxi. Okay, okay, yes. So a group of tabaxi.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Out of curiosity, did anything seem unusual about them compared to other diplomatic groups?
Um, how do I put this without being too offensive? They seem
Jeez.
rough around the edges.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
That's
okay.
exactly the sort of information that is useful.
How
Mm-hmm.
many of them were there exactly?
I don't know if he would remember that. We can ask.
Yeah, there were some wagons and such. At least a dozen, maybe two.
Dang. That's quite the envoy.
But I'm I'm guessing they're diplomats, so some of those might be servants.
That would make sense.
Ah, okay. Did you see if they had any guards or anything? Like
Some
a
of them,
typical diplomatic
a lot of
employee
them
would?
were armed, yes.
Okay.
More than I would expect, actually, from a normal diplomatic party. But
Huh.
some of them were dressed nice and talked well, so what do I know?
Hmm.
Did they tell you guys where they were gonna stay once they came in?
My understanding is they were going to speak to the city lord, and what happened after that, I have no idea.
Interesting. Did any of them identify themselves by name?
One of them had, I think he said Ragath. Says it didn't flow very
Oh,
well. It sounded strange and forced. But again, what do I know?
Did any of them show any kind of, I don't know, credentials or documentation to kind of prove their
They did have some sort of paperwork, and we passed it through. Um, I brought over a captain to look at it, and it seemed to be fine. And then they went to the city lord, so if something's wrong, I'm sure they would have dealt with it.
Do you have a copy of this paperwork, or do you know where we can find it?
Mm, well, I can take you to the captain, and then maybe he'll show you. I certainly don't have the authority to do that. So he takes you
okay.
toward the captain, and the captain is um, a male human. He's pretty burly, fairly muscular, about 6 feet tall, blonde hair. He looks your way, and he says, "How can I help you?"
Oh, jeez.
We were wondering if you had any copies or could show us where we could find copies of the paperwork used by the Tabaxi diplomatic group that recently came by, like a week or so ago.
I have access to that, but why would I show it to you?
Well, it would really help us, and we're actually looking to talk to them and write a paper about their clan, since we don't get very many Tabaxi coming through here.
You are a student?
What was that? Sorry, it
You
cut
are
out
a
a little bit.
student?
Yes, I personally study at study the hold on, let me find my thing.
The Nexus
I
Guild, or are you thinking your Pattern Guild specifically?
No, I'm thinking my pattern guild. I'm actually
Oh,
with the Agents of Fate. We were looking to talk to them about their mysterious culture.
He seems to think about it for a moment. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't mean to roll with that. We'll take the 12.
Oh, is that a 12? All right. So yeah, he's thinking
The
about it. It's like,
first one is a 12.
do you have any proof?
Oh, yeah, I can show you.
What do you
Uh,
show him?
hold on. Um, oh, what would we use to identify ourselves? Oh, the letter with the seal on it from them.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you show him that, and he's like, oh, well, this looks legitimate. All right, I cannot give you the paperwork, but I can show it to you. Is that sufficient?
That would be perfectly fine.
So he takes you into a building and takes you basically to an office, and he sits you down, rifles through some paperwork, and then hands you several scrolls. And the scrolls seem to be made out of a fine material, and you can see that the edges have hints of gold on there, and the penmanship is very smooth, and
Hmm.
you can see seals on there. So and he's like, okay, I'll just sit here and do some other work while you're busy, and let me know when you're done. And then he sits right across the table.
uh, Now, Ragu, I know your eyesight's not the best, so you might want to use these spectacles to get a closer look at the paperwork as you're helping Galen study this.
Yes, I think so. But
Also, since I've got skill in a forgery kit, yeah, that's actually what I was about to ask about. I'm wondering if I can use my skill in forgery kits to look for any sort of telltale indications that these documents may not be legitimate.
You sure can.
and I'll be doing investigation on the same thing to see if there's anything I can pick out about where it might actually be and be from.
Can I help him with that?
Yep.
Um, yeah, he was going to say Pico already gave me the spectacles. Does that give me a bonus?
Oh, if you already advantage doesn't stack. So if you already have advantage, then you just have advantage.
Oh, it's
Um,
not a plus or nothing.
no.
Okay.
All right, Pico, you're looking at this document, and it is very well done, actually. Um, it, if you had been any less skilled, you might have actually thought this came from your clan, but it didn't. It's definitely Tabaxi in origin. It most likely came from a different clan, although you don't know the details enough to be able to pick out which one.
I go ahead and roll now.
Go ahead. All right, so
Am
yeah,
I?
you're looking at it, and it looks perfect. You know, you've seen Tabaxi documents from this clan before, and as far as you can tell, it's an exact match.
Yeah, but this clan, if I can identify which clan is this clan, obviously not ours.
Well, that's what you think it is. I mean, that's what I mean. What I'm saying is their forgery was so good that you're convinced it's from this clan. It's only because of Pico's 19 in forgery that he was able to tell the difference.
Okay. And all the protocols are actually in place.
Exactly. As in, this is very well researched, and it's so well done, in fact, that if it's not from your clan, it's an inside job.
And I try pulling a history to see if I can figure out what clans were.
Well, I'm assuming Pico lets you know that it's a fake first, because right now you're convinced it's real.
Yeah.
All right. So what is it you're trying to figure out, Ragu?
What other clans would be able to have the information of the Garda clan and not like the Garda clan? I mean, any of the clans that wound up allying themselves with the bad guys. Help me out, Dave. The Far East people.
Fight Far East people, you just threw me off.
Remember when remember when the island was invaded by
By the Empire of Czar.
Tsar? There we go. Yes, I want to find out if any of the clans wound up allying themselves with the Empire of Tsar against Gara Dildaga.
There have been clan conflicts that
Yes.
were unrelated to that. As far as you don't know of any clans that stayed aligned with the enemy. So yeah, I mean there are other clans that don't like basically your clan or their clan, but it isn't for that reason. And there are probably maybe half a dozen clans in that list. However, you don't have enough information to tell which one of those it would be,
I
if it is
Okay.
one of those. Go ahead.
I come up to
This
I just come up to these two and just kind of quickly get a try to get a synopsis. Like, is this real or is it not? Like, just give me a nod or a nothing. Like, are you guys telling me what's going on in terms of
I
all this
shake
deal?
my head.
Yeah, and I
Um,
agree with Pico because even though my role was bad enough that this looks completely official, I still know deep down that it's not because when it specifically named Pico and Oreo, it didn't use their full names and it did not list me, even though I am an official of Gara Dildaga as well.
Now, question, because of the way that it's written, is there any way that you could do that whole thing where like you can put up another piece of paper on top of it and kind of like scratch on it to see if you can get the indents and everything kind of somewhat just to get like a rough copy? Because I'm thinking that at this point we move ahead and start looking at who exactly it is that we're messing with if we know this is already fake.
I glance over at Devok and just kind of, do a halfway eye blink at Navak and look down at these papers and look back over at Devok. Reach into my pocket and pull out some blank parchment paper and fold it in thirds, exactly like this piece of paper is folded.
Head, ears, placing it.
So are you then making the scroll invisible?
Because he has one that's identical, right?
No, I have a blank piece of paper that I'm going to replace it with. I don't have anything identical,
That's what I
although
meant. That's what I meant.
Just so you guys know, the guard is sitting right across the table looking
Yeah,
at
I
you
don't
guys.
I don't think we could just do this in front of him.
Don't
And
be
what do we
yeah,
gain
that's why I'm
from
trying to do
seeing
it
it?
as sneakily as possible. The whole sleight of hand bit.
But if we know it's a forgery, why do we need it?
We might need proof
Because
when we
yeah,
have to talk to the guild later.
yeah, and
Yeah,
not
but
only
like they
that, we
can
need
just come
another
and look at it themselves, you know what I mean?
Not only that, we need another expert to examine it in order to get the details we can't. And I know a certain friend who has a contact in the library that might be able to pull up a lot more information.
All right. I mean, go for it. Good luck.
Well,
Unless
actually, before this goes anywhere, how was the paperwork presented to us in the first place?
So basically, it's three scrolls. You unroll them and you get the paper. You re-roll it, whatever. And yeah, so each scroll, and there's also a seal on each scroll. And it's basically they're just three there sitting in front of you, and they have ceremonial handles to them. So it's not just just the paper; it's actually rolled up, and there's handles in between them, so you can pick it up and store it.
okay, so these are larger and fancier. They're not
Yeah,
just a letter.
exactly.
Okay, yeah.
There's also the issue that if he's sitting there looking right at us, I think it'd be really hard to pull off the appropriate sleight of hand, as tempting as it is. If
If there's no way of getting a copy, then just leave it. There's no real like it's not gonna be super imperative that we take this particular copy right now. We know at least based on what you guys are saying that it might be a definite fake. So that's enough leeway for us to carry on with the next part of trying to figure out who these people are. But at least we've got more confirmation and like you Gillian was just saying, we can just have the guild come and see it for themselves because they'll have the copy here.
yeah, I mean this paperwork's already achieved its goal, so
Yeah, exactly. So I think we can move on.
Fair enough. So the guard is looking at you guys as you're looking through this, and it says, "How much more time do you need?"
I
we're Galen. You think you're good? I think we've seen everything.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I
All right
yeah,
then.
I just kind of nod. Yeah.
So he takes the three scrolls and he puts them carefully in a locked scroll case. And then he says, "Well then, I am rather busy, so my aide over there will send you out." And another uh, a young man shows up, very skinny and kind of short, and says, "This way, please." And then he leads you out of the building. So what do you do next?
All right, well, that answers that already. I do still want to stop by the library and drop off this book and have a quick chat with Ivala.
Okay.
While you're doing that, I want to go stake out the area where they're staying at.
I was going to say, do you want to do that in the middle of the day, or I might have an interesting side project for us? Kind of a halfway smile.
Elaborate. I'm just keep going.
All right, as Pico heads off to the library, I kind of take Oreo out and away, start heading down towards that one other location. Say, I have word that somewhere in this rotten, beat-up old tavern that we're heading to is a magic treasure stash that a criminal left hidden there. Let's say you and I scope the place out, and perhaps we can find it for ourselves, yeah?
Now you're thinking about treasure? Do you see the issues that we're going against right now? And
Yes,
you
but
bring up
this is
treasure right now.
a one-night thing, and it can be done at any point in time. But I did want to discuss this with you in private. Yes.
Fine. I can't say no to treasure.
There's my kitty kitty.
God.
Alrighty. All right. So Pico heads to the library. Oreo and Ragu are heading to a specific inn across town. What's the rest of the group doing? And if the answer is following one or the other group, then that's fine too.
That might be my answer.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said that might be my answer. So I don't know
Okay,
what
who
else
are you
to do.
following then?
Who wants me to follow them?
Didn't you guys want to go and try and do the whole talking to them as ambassadors, or did you not do that
Yeah,
yet?
that's what I'm gonna do.
I'll
I'm
go.
Yeah,
gonna
that would be
try
a good
and
idea.
talk to the weird tabaxi people. I forgot where we can find them though. They're
11.
at some
It's right
pub.
by, it's like near the center. Yeah.
It
Okay.
was called like the Bridge on the Water, something.
Yeah, let me put
Mud,
you guys on there
Muddy
then.
River.
Just be careful, because if they're saying that there's roughly 2 dozen in convoy and they were heavily armed, just don't get yourselves in too much shit. Saying.
Yeah, if they're staying at a diplomatic inn, chances are they'll be okay, at least physically. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
why I wanted
yeah,
them to
that's
go as a
fine.
group. If you send one of them, they get in trouble. Nobody else knows what happens. But as a group, there's better safety.
Right. Okay.
And remember, you talk to them as if you are not associated with us. But you know that already.
Okay.
Although there is the concern that depending on what they know about us, they may already know about that association.
We'll see if they'll open that hand and reveal that to us though. So
Mhm.
Yes, but
it's fully worth it.
we're also dealing with prejudices here because how many humans can tell one Sudaga from another without actually knowing them? Same with automata. How many humans can tell one automata from the other without actually knowing that person first? So I'm
Fair.
thinking we can play on. Yeah, I'm thinking we might be able to play on prejudices a little bit in order to sneak in and out.
Yeah, I always have trouble figuring out which one's R2D2 and which one's C3PO.
Alrighty.
Well, what
So
if there was a second blue R2 unit? You'd have a hard time telling those two
I
apart.
was joking
Oh,
around.
okay. Sorry.
Oreo and Ragu are headed to the inn. Pico's headed to the library, and Devok and Galen are headed to the Moradith estates. Ire, what are you doing?
I will be going to a church to pray for my comrades for the entire day. And I must
Thank
take
you.
my leave. Yep, of course. Always.
Okay.
I wish you well.
And is
And
this the end of your stay in the session then?
Yep, I gotta head to work.
Fair enough. Thanks for joining us.
sorry about that.
Yep,
Have a
guys.
good night, man.
See you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and start with Devok and Galen. So you arrive at the Moradell Estates. Now, you've been told that these tabaxi are guests here, but this is a noble estate. So the first thing you come across is a large wall, a closed gate, and several guards. So the guards, they hail you as
Mhm.
you approach. They're both humans and well armed, wearing fine armor. You can tell that at least two of them are wearing mithril armor, mithril plate
Mhm.
armor, and they wave you over and say, What business do you have at the Moradale estate?
Okay, so before we had come up, we need to, Devok, we need to make our backstory because we can't come in as us. Don't be
Yeah.
too freaked out. So I'm thinking we're other diplomats as well. Maybe we represent the, is there a Shadowkind embassy here or something like that, Jeremy?
There sort of. There's a place where all the Shadowkind are staying, but since they all came out of the portal, and they're kind of still kind of working out what to do and how to integrate. So there isn't really a Shadowkind embassy. They're still kind of working through that.
Okay.
Um, might I know I'm not actually there, but might I interject a Sudaga civil rights movement?
Oh,
Since all the
that's
Sudagas stopped
perfect.
being
We're the
evil and started
minority
being
Yeah.
group. Oh,
themselves
that's so
again,
smart.
yeah.
Yeah, we're here
And
to
so it's
talk
like
They didn't
about.
all
Yeah.
stop being evil.
that's true. They didn't all stop being evil, but they're still considered second class citizens, even though at one point in time they were, humans and other denizens
Yeah,
of this.
we're here to stop the improper treatment of Sudaga, Shadowkind, and Tabaxi, and we want to get their support. That's perfect.
Yeah, see,
That's
and
actually
not only
perfect.
that, it was already established that the half orcs stopped being the second class citizens 10 years ago, and the Sudagas started being the second class citizens in this world. So, Sudaga civil rights.
All
Yeah,
right.
we'll just introduce ourselves as civil rights leaders. What's gonna be our name, though?
If you guys already know one, then just roll history. I don't know.
Yeah, we should pick like good names.
What? I'm bad at names.
Yeah, I'm bad at names
Humanoids of
too.
liberty.
We're the humanoids of. No, we're gonna be the equality movement. Okay,
Yeah,
gonna
let's do
be
that.
we'll be the equality movement, but I need to make a fake name for myself. I'm thinking, uh, Joshua. Joshua. Um, what's a good last name?
Tree.
Joshua Tree. That should be
Oh
Brosnan's name,
God.
actually.
That's okay.
You
I'm
want
Joshua
you want
Tree.
Joshua Tree, Brosnan?
Yes.
Okay, then I will be uh I will be uh Hector Johnson. Okay, let's go. Let's go talk to the guards.
All right. So you're right at the gate. The one of the guards kind of motioned you over, and he asked
Hmm.
you what business do you have with the Moradell estate. What do you say?
We are here to talk to the Tabaxi diplomats who have just arrived. We have business to discuss with them.
He looks at both of you,
Yeah.
and you see him sneer a little bit, although he tries to hide it when he looks at the Sudaga, and he says, "What sort of business might you have?"
Well, I'm glad you asked. We're leading members of the equality movement, and we are here to talk about the equal rights and treatment of racial minorities.
Are you now? And you wish to speak to some of our lords about that?
Yeah, the Tabaxi. I think that if we had the backing of a powerful clan such as yourselves, that we could see real improvement in the
Oh,
community.
my apologies. You want to speak to the Tabaxi. I thought you wanted to speak to
Oh, no.
our house. You're speaking to
No,
a
the
human at the
Tabaxi.
moment.
Yeah, no,
Well,
but I came up and said I wanted to talk to the Tabaxi.
he seemed to gloss over that part. He just seemed to assume you were here for the lords. Um,
Yeah, I don't care about them.
all right then. So you wish to speak to the Tabaxi. They are guests of our house, and
Mm-hmm.
I cannot just let anybody in. However, if you give me your names and your business, Well, I guess you told me your business already. All right, give me your names, and I will have somebody pass it along. And if they're fine with you coming in, then we can arrange something.
Okay, of course. I'm Hector Johnson, and this is my fine associate Joshua Tree.
Yeah, I see. Is it necessary for that? I mean, him to enter?
Of course it is.
Of course.
This is
Equal
exactly what
rights.
I'm fighting for.
Equal
This is
rights.
exactly what we're fighting
Equal
against.
rights.
We're
He's
fighting.
he is just as much a humanoid as you.
I seriously doubt that, but never mind. I will pass your message along. Go ahead and make a persuasion check to see how well you've imprinted your message.
Okay, sure. With names like that, how could he forget us, to be honest?
True.
I'm gonna actually use the pray what's it called? God, I'm blanking on everything today.
Fate point?
Uh no. Favored by the
Favored
gods.
by the gods. Okay. Speaking of fate points, did everybody add a fate point if they had any room left for leveling?
Let me look.
I unfortunately had to waste a slot because I never used one, but yes, I have
Oh,
it.
Fair
we
enough.
get one, right?
You
I
get
forgot
one
to
when you
add.
level, yeah, and if
Okay, I'm
you
at
can have
three
a
now.
maximum of three. So if you already had three, it's gone, unfortunately.
No, I had two. I had spent one earlier.
Cool. Anyway, go ahead and roll your favored by the gods.
Yeah, I have 2d4, so yeah,
All right, so that's an 18. So he
much
goes
better.
inside and for a moment, and then he walks back out and he says, "I sent a runner. Um, please wait." And he points across the street. Over there, I will motion when I get a response.
Okay.
All right.
Dude,
So,
I'm thinking this movement might actually take off. We might need to actually start this.
I think that should be our main goal now.
Make sure to get Ire on board because
Yeah, no, we're gonna make it a whole religious thing too.
Oh my god, what have we started? Holy shit.
Next
Hector,
time you
is
see
the
us, we're gonna be
elemental
making
majesty?
signs and stuff. We're gonna organize sit-ins.
all right.
Oh
Well,
my
while you two
god.
are waiting, we're gonna move over to Pico. So Pico, you show up at the library. So what do you do?
all right. Hello, Ivala.
She looks up. She's like, "Oh, you've been busy. I haven't seen you a lot lately. What's going on?"
Well, surprisingly enough, right now seems to be more unusual than the whole past couple of weeks. Um, it turns out that there's a Tabaxi group of diplomats in town, and I'm kind of wondering about them. And I was wondering if you had any way of looking up the history of foreign delegations, particularly Tabaxi ones.
Perhaps. What is it you're looking for?
Well, I guess I'm looking to see what kind of Tabaxi diplomats have shown up in the past. Names, what business they've had, how long they stay. So I'm actually particularly concerned with just how consistent they are. I would imagine, you don't want to be sending random strangers every time. So having a consistent delegation with a known pedigree makes things easier when people know each other. Um,
All right. Sure. Let me look. And she goes through and looks at some books in the back, and she comes out. Well, apparently the last diplomatic diplomat sent was about 7 years ago. Um, and I'm surprised they were sent, considering everything that was going on. Um, and then prior to that, it's like 10 years, and then it was like 6 years. It doesn't seem super consistent as far as the years go, but there there is going to be some we we aren't privy to everything because there are some records that the city lord and nobility keep that are separate. Um, however, they do seem to change clans every time. It seems to be a different clan, almost like they're cycling through them for some reason.
Hmm. All right. Well, that would justify things being different. Now, how about names? Because this current delegation, that's something that seems rather suspicious to me, and I want to see how normal the Tabaxi delegation.
Oh, sure. So she gives you a list of previous names, and they definitely sound a lot more Tabaxi to you than Ragath does.
All righty. Okay, well, I think that's helpful. I guess the last well, I guess if it's a new delegation, well, I'll ask anyway. So the leader of this current delegation is named Ragath. Do you know if there's any information regarding this individual? I
Mm,
understand it.
she looks for a few minutes and is like, I I don't think so. As far as I can tell, there was never any Ragath as a leader, but that doesn't mean he didn't come as a subordinate and just wasn't recorded.
All righty, well, thank you very much. Before I go, something completely unrelated. Um, I brought you a book, and the good news is I can just about guarantee it's one you've never seen before. The bad news is you'll probably not be able to read it, but I figured it would still be something quite fascinating for you. And I go ahead and hand her the book that Ragu had given me, one of the ones from the Lumev expedition.
Okay. So the first thing you notice is, sorry, excuse me. The first thing you notice is that she feels the pages and it's like they're so smooth. What is this? And then she looks and is like, I can't make heads or tails of the writing. But yes, thank you very much. I will. This is fascinating. I'm guessing this must be from Lumev, from that expedition you were on.
Yep. I wanted to give that to you right from the get go, but I didn't want you to think I was trying to butter you up for favors. So,
Oh, okay. Well, consider me buttered up.
well, have a wonderful day as always, and I'm sure I will be talking with you soon.
All right, you too. All right, so now we're going to move on to Pico and Oreo. For this, I'm actually going to change maps.
And as we're going, I go ahead and fill Oreo in on some of the details. That this is a place where a certain disreputable person used to stay at, and somewhere hidden in here is his little cache of treasure. And my contact was able to get that information for me. So whatever we can find here, I thought you'd want in on it since you know how to do all this
That's
very well.
fair enough. But you want to do this in play daylight?
Well, no, that's why I said we're gonna have to scope the place out a little bit, see if we can get your impressions on it. It is a tavern, so it's gonna be open most of the night. You know,
You said that they were staying at a spot in this tavern?
no, just that this tavern was his hangout, and this is
Ah,
where he used to mouth off when he felt safe and secure, and he would mouth off a lot in this tavern. So this is his safe, secure spot. So this is where we think he had his stuff hid.
okay.
And
Well,
Ragu, despite any slip ups of the tongue I might have had, this is a tavern and not an inn. And what that means
Yeah.
is that people don't sleep here. This is like a bar.
right.
Okay.
That's
And
what I was.
also,
Yeah.
you're you and not me.
Anyway, go ahead. Oreo, you were saying something?
Maybe we should start by just seeing the whole area out, see what entrances and exits we've got to, just plain
Yes. Yes.
obvious stuff.
Yep. Scope the place. We can walk in, do our checkings out and stuff. I'll buy your beers.
All right. So from what you can tell, this is a fairly rundown area of town. You can see to the north, for example, there are buildings where parts of the roof is collapsed. It looks like there might still be people living in there, but definitely not good shape. Kind of the same to the south. The streets are kind of dirty, and you can see puddles of water and other stuff. And then on the outside, you'll see the main tavern here. You can see that several windows are open, leading into the main common room. And then to the north and south, there are gates leading into some sort of yard or something of that sort. Although the walls are high enough that you can't just see over without climbing.
Okay. Currently locked, I'm assuming?
Currently closed. You can't tell if they're locked, but they might be locked on the inside.
Okay. Just checking to see if there's any other windows or anything else to kind of. How tall is this building? Like, is it how many floors or
It seems
how
to be
tall is
only
it?
a single story.
Okay. And a single story of what, like 20 feet high or something? Like how big is this
Yeah, I mean,
generally?
probably like 15, 20 feet. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And then this door here seems to be another kind of like storage area or something like
That
that?
leads
But,
back into the yard. So there's two areas of the yard. You can
oh,
tell
okay.
the doors are wider, probably so a cart can fit through.
Gotcha.
And
And then
then
we've got
the main door, the front door is over here.
and all of these that we can see through are just windows, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Um,
And yeah, as you look through the window, you can see the area kind of dimly lit. You can see there's plenty of smoke in the air. You can see some, you know, fairly burly looking people in there. Probably look like, basically people of the street kind of thing. But you also see an old woman. You see, a traveler who happens to be in the area. You see a serving wench. So
is there, oops, I don't mean to be inside. I'm just trying to
yeah,
get
no
to
problem.
the edge of the thing, right? But do I get to see from just by the window who runs the place?
They're probably over here, just out of sight.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's I was trying to get as close to the
However, you
edge.
could probably see them from over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you see a fairly plain-looking man sitting there, rubbing down the counter. Although one thing that might be notable to you is that he is skinny.
And then there's two doors. I saw one up here and then one down here, which is just I'm assuming going to their back area and the garden area that they have, right?
Yeah.
What is that's the assumption I can make for now. Okay. Um,
Hey, Jeremy, this gate over here in the wall or whatever it is.
Yeah.
How tall is it? Is it like a normal 6 foot wooden
Yeah, it's about
type
6 feet. Yeah.
structure?
So you
I want to
can't
look over
just.
it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to look over it.
Okay, so he's gonna kind of grab on it, kind of peek over. All right, I'll go ahead and
No,
move
I
you.
just walk by and peek over. I'm 7 foot 6 inches.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you look over, and I moved your character over, so you're not there, but just so you can see there's
Okay.
somebody raking up some trash, although they needn't bother because it looks like a mess. You can see trash and debris everywhere. You can see some sort of back door, another back door, and it looks like this thing is probably L-shaped. You can see some like broken box over here, firewood, and that kind of thing. Are you done?
Okay. Uh, yeah. I'll go back and describe all of that to Oreo so she knows what the back looks like.
okay. But this is also during the day, and does it look pretty busy in there, even being the day?
Yeah, it's pretty busy. Yeah.
So if we decide to come back later to do anything here, it's gonna be a lot busier, so it's a lot less likely we can do any. Well, we can do all of the sleight of hand stuff that we want to do to try and find spots, but we're not gonna have as much luck if there's more people. So
So why don't we go inside? I'll buy you a beer and we can just look around and observe the inside with a little more detail in your special things.
Sure, although just be mindful that once our faces are seen in there, we just gotta be careful of like showing up again later and seeming suspicious or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to go inside, because we've already been casing the outside of the joint, and we should decide to go inside and have a beer so we don't look suspicious already.
I don't think we're that suspicious or not. But okay, sure, let's go inside.
All right, let me go ahead and open the door for you. Okay. So yeah, you open the door, and the keeper, the tavern keeper, kind of waves half-heartedly your direction, and he says, "Oh, welcome. What can I get you?"
2 beers, please. And you said this guy was skinny?
Yes.
Like how skinny? Like unnaturally sickly skinny?
Not sickly skinny, just regular skinny, but
Okay.
probably skinnier than you might expect from somebody working at a tavern, especially a place that serves food and whatnot. All right.
Okay.
So yeah, he says, all right, that'd be 5 coppers each.
Okay. I set a silver on the counter.
All right, enjoy.
Does any one table look like it's less something than the other? It looks like it's pretty evenly split. I don't know if
Yeah,
like
I mean,
there's
there's it looks fairly even at the moment. Looks like every table has people sitting at it, but it also doesn't look like anybody's, you know, together really. They're just kind of sitting around.
I'm kind of looking around at the floor, not being obvious about it, of course, but just trying to do my best to observe the walls, the floors. Are some of the floorboards misplaced for like maybe a trap door?
yeah.
Just some of the walls, etc. Scoping the place out for anything.
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check.
Could I help him with that? Because I'd be doing something similar. We
Yep,
both came in for that purpose.
yep, go
In
ahead.
that case, shall I just help you with yours, or do we each get wonder?
Whichever way
I've
you want
got
to do it.
yeah, I've got a 4 in perception, but
Yeah,
if you
mine's a 0.
okay,
So
so
giving
let
her
me.
advantage would probably be statistically better.
Yes.
Alrighty, so I'll do that.
All right.
19.
Yeah, you're looking around, and the floor is kind of ratty, but you don't see any particular area that's really any worse than any other area. You don't, the tables, you can see under them pretty clearly. There's a fixture over on the side of the wall, but it looks fairly normal. Nothing really jumps out at you as in a good hiding place or really anything that's particularly suspicious.
Because you said this is just like a 1-story tavern.
Yeah.
I keep wondering if there might be just like a hatch to a basement or underground that is a better place for somebody to hide their stash.
There's a
Perhaps, but you're not
possibility.
seeing anything like that in this room.
Okay.
There's a possibility that it could be behind this counter area too. We can't really see behind there right now, so there's
Okay.
the whole area that we would have to try and somehow investigate. And also, we haven't really spec'd out the entire garden. You only went on this side, right? So like,
Yeah,
there's
I couldn't actually walk through it. So
yeah. So
now from the outside, it looked like that door behind the bar there went directly to the outside, but there was also a window on the outside, which I don't see in here. So I think there might be a hallway behind the bartender before you actually get to the outside.
I see. Okay. And I'm by him all this time. We're not like screaming across the freaking room when we're talking about it. So just
Fair
be
enough.
clear there.
Yeah,
And we're
people
talking,
are people are busy, or they're drinking and they're eating, talking amongst themselves. At the moment, anyway, you don't see anybody paying attention to you.
If you're
right?
serious about how big of a treasure are we talking about? Because like if this is not necessarily something that's worth our time here, I don't know if we really want to go through all the trouble.
Considering my source, I am going to say it is well worth our time.
Okay. Because the only other thing I can think of is that we play like a certain decoy plan later, where if it is this busy, maybe we can help frame or
Um,
set up
yeah,
a distraction either inside or outside the bar that calls everybody's attention, giving us just enough time to kind of run through the back.
I was going to say either that or we can find out when the place closes, and it's not open 24, is it?
But it's a tavern. I mean, it's I don't know. It's
I realized I hadn't done it before, so I put Pico, Galen, and Devok on the map. They're not here, but just so they can see what's going on while they wait. Go
no.
ahead.
Galen is in there with us. Of course he is. No, he's.
No, he's not there. It's just I
Yeah,
just
he's just
wanted
looking
them to
around.
see.
It's a joke that the
It's
icon popped right into the room.
exactly. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
joke.
How can I help you?
Oh, and after they're done in here, there's one last thing I've got for Eval. I realized there's one thing I forgot to try to do while I was there.
Okay.
um.
Anyway,
So
Galen, behave or I'm going to delete you.
Yeah, no, I know,
Jesus.
I know. I was going away. I'm sorry.
You'll be uncreated.
Anyway,
That's so
Oreo,
threatening.
continue.
Yeah. So I mean, sorry, you were saying though it's distraction. Or what was the other thing you were mentioning, Ragu?
Just come back when they're closed. They're not open 24 hours a day.
Why don't you make the subtle gesture with the gentleman over here, and see if you can find that kind of information then.
All right. I will be able to find that information as soon as we leave. Is there anything
We
else we need to
leave.
think about? Yeah,
Why when we leave?
because I'll drop a 3 copper tip and say we have business to attend to, but what time do you close? Because we'll come back later, and he'll tell us when they close. So that gives us their information.
Okay. Um,
Well, I
let's
feel
see.
the one thing I will mention is Ragu. You were told that the person hangs out here,
Yeah.
and that he might speak up when about things he shouldn't when he had too much to drink. That's what you were told.
Yeah, but we don't know who that person is. I mean, I know I'm I know Ragu has the name, but you never actually gave the name to me. So
Oh,
I don't
did
know if we should
I?
be asking about
No,
that
no,
person
but that's the
or.
thing. But that's an interesting point though. If someone is very mouthy in here, and he
Mhm.
being the guy that runs the place, you can ask him like, so who are the people that kind of who are the casual like the regulars or something, and kind of figure out what the
Yeah,
trend is with these people, and
yeah. I
maybe
And
didn't know how
and
much we
he
wanted
did
to tip our hand.
he did tell you the name actually, but I put it in chat. But uh,
Oh, okay,
he did specifically say the name.
okay. I'll scroll up and get that name because I didn't have it in my notes here. Sorry.
Yeah, it's at the chat in Roll20
he
at the bottom.
he just
Oh,
he literally just put it in now.
okay.
Um,
Henkro Atada.
Because I
Okay.
said it before, but I put it in
Yeah,
text now.
I must have missed it when I was trying to type. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
so maybe you can ask if like he knows anything about this individual, like what was his pattern like in here. Maybe that'll give us a bit of an idea of where he was around or something. If he left something nearby someplace, or I don't know.
I was going to say, how much of our hand do we want to tip? Because if the bartender guy knows of Hintero's stash, and then we're asking about it, and the next thing somebody tries to steal it, how much
We're not
of
asking about his stash. We're talking about like the individual. Maybe we're just curious to know more about this certain individual that's been spoken around in town, and we want to like to have a chat with him and maybe just get to
oh,
know more, that kind of
oh,
situation. We don't have to ask
okay,
about the stash.
okay. Yeah, because he is a hedge wizard, so maybe we'd be looking to hire a wizard for a service. We
Right.
can try that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put 4 coppers down on the. Well, I'll put 5 coppers down on the table or on the bar.
Okay. The tavern keeper looks your way. It's like, and this is for.
Um, I was wondering. Uh, I've heard rumors that there's a person of certain mystical skills that likes to hang out around here. I was wondering if you knew of such a person.
Oh, you must be talking about that loudmouth Intero.
Oh,
And you don't want any business with him. He is a hedge mage or something like that, which means he's
Uh,
illegal. They, dealing with him will just get you into trouble. I would avoid it.
You sure? We just needed a magical service, but
I'm sure you. I haven't seen him in a while, and I have a feeling that you're going to have trouble getting in contact with him anyway.
oh, is he not around then?
No, he hasn't been around, and he was regular enough that I think we all know what that means.
Okay, gotcha. Understood. Thank you, and I appreciate your honesty in keeping me out of trouble.
Yep, yep. And he grabs the 5 coppers and puts it behind the behind the bar.
Okay. Oh, and back to Oreo. Um, the reason my contact knows about this little stash here is because this guy was arrested, so I already know he's not showing up personally.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I don't think there's anything else that we can necessarily grab out of like I can get out of the situation here. Is it just that individual at the back counter and the I guess that lady that's by the back door, the only people that kind of run this place?
And those are the only ones you see, but you hear some sound coming from behind this door. Um, some like chopping or something like that.
Okay. Well, if you want to do your last tip thing and figure out that when they close the situation, then I think we can carry on because I don't think that
All
we're
right.
gonna get anything else.
All right. After he gives me that information about the guy not coming back, but he's a loudmouth and stay away, I did say thank you for trying to help keep me out of trouble. So, but I have some other businesses. What times do you close? Maybe we come back tonight if we're not too late.
Uh, well, usually around 3 or 4.
Thank,
Depends
thank you.
on what how many people are around.
Okay, thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so we leave.
Okay,
Um, yeah.
so you guys leave. I'm gonna go ahead and head back to the other map. Oh, actually, if I can remember to drag you guys over to the other map, that is. And before we move on, Pico, what was the thing you forgot?
One thing was I wanted to see if there were any archives of the paperwork from previous delegations, just to see if I could recognize any similar formatting from one of them versus the paperwork we saw at the South Gate. Basically, to see if I could figure out which clan the paperwork originated from.
Okay. So yeah, she takes you over and lets you look at some stuff. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to go ahead and put on my spectacles to make my mediocre roll a little better. Alrighty, investigation. Um, wow,
They all look
that is impressive.
they all look pretty much the same, so you're not able to make heads or tails of it.
A perfect snake eyes.
Well, if
Damn.
I had to make that failure anywhere, I'm kind of glad it was there.
Jeez.
Alrighty. All right. So now that we're done with that, we're gonna move back to Devok and uh, and Galen. So, Galen, you notice that the guard is gesturing to you from across the street.
Wonderful, that's us. Let's go, Devok.
Let's go.
So you show up, and he says, "Well, it seems like your Tabaxi friends. Well, they're not your friends yet, but we'll see. Anyway, they seem to have shown some interest in you for some reason. I can't fathom. Please follow me."
All
So he
peoples are
takes you
friends due
inside,
to the
and then I'm going
equality
to move you to a
movement.
different map.
Okay, cool.
And then I'm going to delete some figures here. Actually, I'm going to leave all the figures, actually, so everybody can kind of see while you guys are busy. Anyway, so he takes you over here, and there is a tabaxi that seems to be waiting for you. And he bows his head slightly and he says, "So, you come to speak about rights, yes?
Yes, we are the equality movement.
Hmm.
Okay.
Equality. Everyone should be equal, especially before us. Yes. Please come with me." And
Glad
then
you understand.
he takes you inside. Let's see, where is he going to take you, real quick? That's okay.
Probably
So he
down
takes you
here.
inside. So as you pass inside, let me find. There you go. He takes you through the door. You enter some nicely carpeted hallway. You can see potted plants. Um, you know, in the corners, making the place look nicer. You can see through the windows a central courtyard with a large olive tree growing in the center. You see several fountains that are all running and facing toward that center, all nicely cared for. And then eventually he leads you into a back room. It looks like some sort of office. And at that point, he sits down and he bows his head and he says, "Okay, so you wish to speak. So you can go ahead and get started, yes."
Okay, wonderful. So, as I'm sure you've heard, we're the equality movement and we're fighting for the representation and equal treatment of all peoples here in this city. And hopefully we can move outward from there. But we are experiencing some troubles. Hatred for us stranger folk or different peoples is pretty ingrained, as I'm sure you've probably already experienced here. But you are very powerful. I hear that you come from a powerful clan far off in your land, and the backing of you and your clan would mean a lot to the movement and help us a lot. I'm sure this doesn't like I understand that things need to be done as well. So if there's something that we can do as a movement to help you out to ensure that this is a prosperous unity, please let us know as well.
You see, as you're saying that, his claws come out of one of his hands,
Oh,
and then they retract, and he says, "You scratch our back, we scratch yours, yes?
yeah,
So let's
that's
see. Well,
essentially.
there are a few individuals that we are attempting to locate, yes.
Hmm.
Um, a Pico
Mm-hmm.
and an Oreo. That isn't their proper names, of course, but
Mm-hmm.
it is what they go by, despite the shortness and silliness of them. So we need to find out where these people are. Yes. So you're a big organization. They can help with that. Yes.
Well, I could certainly spread the message to some of our associates, and we could stay on the eye out for them for sure.
Of course. We just need to speak to them. They won't be any lasting trouble. But there's been some misunderstandings. Uh, they don't quite understand what they should be doing out here.
Mm-hmm. That's well and fine. We do have a decent amount of members, so if I were to come across this Pico and Oria Orion or
Oreo.
Oreo? Ah, yes, of course. Where would you want me to take them?
Bring them
Can I
here.
bring them straight
We
here?
just wish to speak to them.
Of course.
They would all be friendly. Yes.
Yeah, all right, great.
Yeah.
So that is wonderful.
And
If
then
we
once we deal with that and a few other issues, then
uh-huh.
we can discuss further.
Wonderful. That means so much to me. This is great to hear for the movement.
So, which of you is Joshua Tree?
Ah, that's my friend over here.
Interesting. It reminds me of a plant we have at home.
Mhm.
Anyway, I think I got your message, and you got ours. And
Mm-hmm.
so, if you find these individuals, just come back, ask for Ragath.
Regoth. Okay. And what exactly are your problems with these individuals? Should we be wary of them to be dangerous, or what should I expect from them?
Perhaps, but mostly they are, shall we say, getting in the clan's way.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
All right. Well, we will certainly look for them. Thank you for your time.
And at this point, he leads you back out.
Yeah, can I remember how we got to that back room and like
Yeah,
the
so basically,
hallways we took?
through that door,
Is
and
it
then as
right
you see
here?
the end where this other tabaxi is, and this
Oh,
door,
okay,
it's
through
through
there.
that door.
Okay, great. I also saw some tabaxi down here. Are there just multiple hallways with more doors that
Yes, there's
were in
it's
this courtyard?
basically it looks like four separate buildings that are kind of huddled
Hmm.
together, and there are doors into each one, and each one seems to have a hallway and then multiple rooms behind it. You've just
Great.
seen the one room now.
Okay, how many of these tabaxi were armed? Did I notice? Because I know I saw one up here,
They were all armed. They
here,
all
and here.
had
All of them?
what looked like a short sword or a long sword.
Okay.
Most of them had bows of some sort, and of course they all have claws as well.
Okay, great.
they have claws? I had no idea.
All right.
Okay.
So what are you guys gonna do?
Um, I
Um,
think we can walk out and try to return to the rest of the group.
Fair enough.
we might
I
get
will
fired.
I will loudly announce this alliance will make us both prosper as we walk past the outside guards to piss them off.
Indeed,
Fair enough.
quite possible.
All right. So Oreo and Ragu, Pico, and Davak and Galen, you've all left your respective places. So where are you guys going next?
Well,
Did
I
we
was
have
gonna
a
go ahead and
meetup spot?
Sorry, finish what you're saying, Pico.
no, I think Galen is on the right track there.
I didn't hear what either of you said. It was all mumbled out.
Galen was asking if we have a meeting spot.
Oh, yeah.
Did you set one up before you left, Ragu, to do whatever it was you were
We've
doing?
had a meeting spot since we were first looking for the Kylon. We always agreed to meet back at one place, even though our houses are in different sections, remember? I
Oh,
don't remember
yeah.
whose house it was, but we always agreed to keep meeting back at that one place when we were investigating the Kylon, so just
That was some
keep it up.
tavern we normally ate at.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
something like
okay.
that.
Okay. So all right.
Then
So
yeah, I'll
everybody
go to
heads
the
back
tavern.
there, and the group gets back together. It's probably been about 2 hours, which means it's probably afternoon at this point. Still early though, maybe 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So what do you guys do or say?
I'll tell them about our dealings with the tabaxi. Actually, when we were walking back, did I notice if we were being followed by anyone?
Good question. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Because if we were, I probably wouldn't want to go back. Perception. Do you want to help me with this, Rosin? Or do you have a good perception?
I will try.
You can roll with
My
advantage.
perception.
Okay, yeah.
What's your perception?
My perception is only one.
Okay, then yeah, I can do it. I have 2.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You were followed actually. It was hard to see, but there was at least one tabaxi that was kind of running along the roofs, and you saw his head kind of peek out a little bit too soon as he was following behind you.
Then we should not go to meet up with the group because then they'll
Maybe.
know what's going on.
Yeah.
We should
Let's
let's
go.
return to your house in the Sudaga quarters to make it seem like we're going to rally the troops.
Let's do that.
Okay, so you guys head to the Saga quarters. Um, Pico and Oreo and Ragu, you all meet up, and you notice that Devok and Galen aren't here. So what are you three gonna do?
I have one more little story that I can share with Pico now that we've caught up with him.
Okay.
Um, Pico, I have found out information from my contact about something that we had been discussing earlier about how you would like to be able to communicate whilst you're still in a beastie form. Yeah.
All right.
Well, my contact has told me that if we travel out the south gate, somewhere out there, I have a better location. There's an old crone named Kala, and if we check her out to make sure she is on the level, there's a very good possibility that she might be able to help you with that thing. But I think we should check her out first, just in case there's any danger. But it's a possibility for helping. Yes.
Sounds interesting, although we should probably wait for Galen and Devok.
Oh yes, yes, of course. I'm just informing you first, so we can just.
But they're taking quite a while. You guys think something's happened to these guys?
It's possible, especially if they were going to talk to those diplomats. No telling what happened there. Although I guess first things first, I did go ahead and talk to Ivala. Turns out there hasn't been a Tabaxi delegation in town since 7 years ago. And apparently, it doesn't sound like they're very frequent, and they tend to rotate between clans. She does have the archival paperwork from the previous delegations, but I couldn't make heads or tails out of it to try to figure out what matched the paperwork that we saw, if anything. So still no idea what clan that stuff really came from.
So one
Would
thing,
it?
sorry, real quick. One thing, Pico and Oreo, you do know is that if you saw and heard the actual clan members in person, you might be able to recognize the clan by that if you've actually seen them before.
Which supports the theory that I had originally about just scoping out the area and seeing who these folks were, because if we could at least get an eye out as to who these were, then it would maybe ring some bells or not, or even might just ring alarms as to who these actually are. But if these guys aren't back yet from that spot, I've a little bit hesitant to getting near to that spot if they're looking for us specifically.
I can send Char up to do circles in the city, but I do not know how to do more than that at the moment, just to find them.
Well, at this particular point, if I mean, we're not gonna wait here all day either if these guys don't show up. So considering we don't really know what could be happening to these guys, I don't really think anything could necessarily bad be happening when they're in the noble states. But I guess I
But I
might.
cannot imagine them sitting there for such a very, very long time talking either. Yes.
I don't know. Galen has a pretty good tongue. He could probably talk his way through an entire afternoon. I don't know about that, but
Hmm.
Well, as long
let's
as we don't show up and there's civil rights protests.
Well, yeah, I can have Char fly out to
to
the
Mordell State.
yeah
Yeah.
I can have Char fly out to that diplomat place, or I can have him swing by their houses first and then go there if they just forgot to meet us here.
Do we have that kind
Should
of?
I?
I don't want to
Yeah,
I don't know if we should metagame and
yeah,
kind
you're
of.
right. We don't have that. I was about to
Yeah.
suggest checking the guild as well, but that was just
I think if you send the owl to the actual estates, that should be enough to kind of see if anyone's coming in or out, who it sees, because you can see through its eyes, so you can see them potentially, possibly.
Char's
So
smarter than the average because he is a familiar and he does know what Devok and Galen look like, and I have to be within 100 feet. So if I send him out, then I would be out of range. But he'd
Well,
be able to fly back.
for what it's worth, we knew what their plan was. Any one of us, well, and by any one of us, I mean you, could probably go up to the gate and just simply ask if they had left yet. Which,
you're part of the movement now.
Yep.
So just walk up
Well,
and he's like, I'm looking for my friends, the Shadowkind and the Sudaga have, for the movement. Have they showed up yet?
Yep. I
no,
think
you're
that might
asking
be.
if they've returned yet from their meeting.
Hmm.
You can apologize for running late or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Is like I'm running late. I was supposed to be part of that meeting, but have they showed up yet? Am I running very late, or am I still on time? And they're like, oh no, they left already. And it's like I missed the meeting. Darn.
But
Yes, I can be doing that.
while you're doing that, both Pico and I can also be trying to be stealthy around and see if we can spot anything from a distance, even if we're like within 100 feet of the area.
All right.
Okay, so you're all heading to the estates.
I mean, that's just an idea. I don't know what you two think.
I think that's a good idea, and I think I might have some idea for stealth.
Okay, so you guys are heading that way, and as you're doing so, Devok and Galen, you arrive back in the Sudaga ward, and you wind up making your way to the tenements where Devok lives. So what do you do at that point?
Okay, we need to plan how to recontact the group after we
Yeah.
lose this tail, because it's a cat. All right, anyways. Sorry.
So funny. Let me think.
Should we start doing like movementy type stuff, like talking to other Sudaga about like, oh,
I
the
would like
equality,
that.
yeah,
We should,
so that maybe
we
the
should
cat
make.
gets like bored and leaves or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
we should
Okay, let's
we
do
should
that.
look at this. Yeah.
All right, so you guys start talking to Sudaga,
Yep.
and go ahead
We're starting.
and make me another perception check.
Rosin, all you.
And you have to do the talking, just so you know.
Yeah,
You don't
I'm
want
gonna
to.
do talk.
Ooh.
Oh
Okay.
no.
You don't see the tabaxi around.
Hmm.
Do you want to use a fate point on that, or can you re-roll it somehow?
Yeah, I'll do that. I have 3 anyways.
Okay. Go ahead and mark off a fate point and re-roll. You still have advantage.
1. There
Okay.
you go.
This time you're actually positive that the tabaxi isn't around. Once you showed up and you started talking to other Sudaga, and probably been doing that for a few minutes, you saw them kind of duck behind a building, and then you haven't seen them since. So you think it's highly likely that they've left.
Okay, let's give them a few minutes to get out of our area and then head back.
Mm-hmm. We should start this movement.
Oh no, I'm 100% down. This is actually happening.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Oreo and Pico, you eventually make your way to the estate, and you see that there's a large wall and gate, and there's multiple guards, and
We're ideally going to be stealthing the whole way, just trying to be as inconspicuous as possible.
well,
Yep.
in that case, there's
And
3 of you, so go ahead and make your stealth checks.
Well, Ragu
yeah,
will
I'm
act.
just walking normal. Yeah, I'm out in front acting like a normal guy, and I've got Char kind of further away and behind, so he's not associated with me.
Okay.
So that if anything happens, I can just
Basically, he's a
telepathically
different
tell
group.
him. Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough. Okay, so Oreo and Pico, you can roll. Ragu, you don't have to since you're not trying to hide or anything. Okay. Um, anyway, so you show up, and like I said, there's a gate. There's multiple guards. So what do you do, Ragu?
I go up to the guards, big and imposing and foreign looking, with my strange and funny shaped but still standard weapons, and my foreign accent and everything, and go, "Hello, peoples."
Oh, another one of you, I take it.
Yes, my friends, the Sudaga and the Shadow
they left.
kind.
They
Have they already
left.
gotten here yet?
They left like an
I'm
hour
running
and
a
a
little
half
late.
ago.
They've
Maybe
left
two
already?
hours ago. Yes, they're long
I have
gone.
missed the meeting?
The meeting's so over.
So mad.
Damn it. Thank you, my friend.
Don't know where they went. They didn't say. They
Power.
just said goodbye and they left.
I thrust a fist out extremely close to his face, but not at his face,
Whoa.
kind of like the, salute thing. And it's just like, power to these trampled. And I keep walking away.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't
You
know,
see
but
him
I'm
do
here
the
for it.
whole thing where he just covers his face with his hand and it's like, who's next? All right. So what do you guys do?
I'm going to walk away and I'm going to look around as I'm
Yeah.
walking.
Is
I've got
there
Char
any
flying around, keeping an eye on me from above. I've got two stealthily people keeping an eye on me.
Yep. So yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
you're walking away, and nobody seems to harass you or bother you. And in fact, given your size, some people just get out of your way. And
Yeah, that's kind of the normal.
yep. So you're able to get away without any issues.
is there any way of like from the around the perimeter to see if there's any windows or anything that kind of just peer in and just just to see if there's any tabaxi that we can spot?
Well, unfortunately, you have this estate that's walled in with guarded gates, so you'd have to get past that before you could get close enough to get to the windows.
Got it. Okay. In that case, is there any suspicious people on the outside that we could see, based even though we're seeing Ragu come in the direction away of the building?
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check. Yeah, you're looking around and you don't see any Tamaxi on the outside. You see some humans and dwarves and whatnot, um, but nothing is really standing out. And Pico, you seem to have a bit of a sharper eye, but you also don't really see anything too unusual. There's plenty of guards, probably more guards than you might expect at a noble estate, but maybe not. You haven't been to that many noble estates.
All right. Does Char, since he was flying around over top, can he give any information or intel? He has a perception of +3 advantage.
Yeah, you can certainly see a lot of buildings. There seems to be a main estate or main set of buildings, and then there seems to be several sets of buildings that are kind of off on their own, like maybe guest buildings or servant structures or what have you. Um, yeah, I guess with his perception, he'd probably find the building with the tabaxi, and it seems to be some sort of guest sort of building or set of buildings. Um,
Okay.
he can't really see inside, but he can see tabaxi on the outside, so he
Right.
can probably give you a decent idea how to get there.
Well, even more than that, couldn't he see through his eyes so he can see the tabaxi himself?
If he wants to stop somewhere and like sit down and be safe, he could do that.
Yeah, I suppose if I can just sit at a park bench. I mean, just sitting at a park bench with your eyes closed for a few minutes isn't really a whole lot, especially in broad daylight.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, you can definitely see the tabaxi, and I guess you've probably been around the clan a lot, so you might
Yeah,
actually
I'm
recognize them. So go ahead and give me a history check.
right. I was going to say, yeah, I'm actually an official in Clan Gara Dildaga because I was the one who taught Oreo weapons trading.
Okay.
All right. History with advantage, you said?
No, it's just
Or no,
a flat.
just normal?
Yep.
Okay. Normal and history.
Okay. So with a 20, you do recognize the clan, and now the reason for the odd name suddenly makes sense because oh, let me actually click on the right thing real quick. Sorry about that. So what you realize is that this isn't Gara de Daga. This is Gara de Sambra, and it is it's a rival clan to the Gara de Daga, and they've always had this kind of rivalry with the clan. Not so much so that they would side with the Tsar or anything. Very few Tabaxi would have done that, but enough that whenever there's a clan war or something, they're involved, and they've always been kind of the enemy of your clan. And one of the things they've always done to make themselves different from the other Tabaxi is intentionally pick uh, other Outlander style names as one of their things because they don't believe in a lot of the tradition.
Okay. I have no problems pulling back, and we're gonna meet up, and I will relay that. Okay.
And I
I
put
pull
the
back.
name in chat so that you can write it down if you wanted to.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we'll at least I would watch Ragu at least for a fair bit before we reunite, just to be sure that he's like no one still really sees us or anything. But once we're at a pretty fair distance, we'll reunite and carry on from there. Um,
Okay, so yeah, you guys
so
are reuniting. You're still somewhat near the estate. You haven't gotten all the way back yet.
well,
Devo-
can we say that we at least have are in the direction of the our guild, which is I think like almost next door, like a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
further
So
to the
you're
left.
you're walking there. You're definitely
Yeah,
on the way.
yeah,
So real quick, Devok and Galen, you guys, the your tail has disappeared. So what are you two gonna do?
We were gonna head back to the meetup spot now that
Okay.
we're not being followed.
So you're currently heading to the meetup spot, and then the rest of you are basically heading right to the guilds. So you arrive at the guilds. So what do you do?
Okay, let's try and find the rest of the group.
No, I mean, no, you guys are basically gone back to the tavern, the normal meetup spot. As far as you're still on the way there when Pico and the rest of them reach the guild. So what are you guys doing, Pico and friends?
Oh,
Sorry.
that should have been a good name, Pico and Friends. There you go.
Alrighty.
I
Well,
don't know if he wants to be. Okay, go ahead.
I do kind of have an idea, but I'm not sure daytime is the best time for it.
Okay, I go ahead and fill in on everything I was able to see, and that I finally recognize the Sombra clan.
And then Oreo will look like, oh my God, really? Because
Yep.
apparently she would know.
Yep.
Yep. I
Um,
wonder if they are working with the Order because they've always been anti-establishment.
I guess, but I mean, that would be the reason why they would even know why we're here.
No, the Order knows we are here, and perhaps the whole trying to do things, sneaky paperwork like is they might have had to hunt down a clan sympathetic to them and propose to them some sort of a partnership, which would make sense as to why Gara del Sombre would be working with the Order. But the Order wants us to not go through the portals. And since the Order looked and saw two cat peoples who they'd never seen before and didn't know what to do with, maybe some idiot there in that Order got the bright idea to try and bog everything down in political paperwork to prevent us from going through the portal again, whilst they sneak in their own way. which is obviously how they were able to get in and get the big automata out in the first place.
I mean, then well, first thing then, should we be alerting the guild about potentially someone intervening or using this time right now to try and get in while
Yeah,
That seems like
we're
a good
getting this?
idea because
yeah.
this is clearly off going against guild interests, and we've already found a decent amount of evidence that this is, that they're imposters. So
We just need to find the guys first so we can all kind of be in as a unit, though. And you said that they left how long ago?
Probably about 2 hours by now.
Okay, so they probably have gotten back to our standard meeting spot by then. I wonder what
maybe,
delayed them.
maybe not. Although for what it's worth, they left on their own. Maybe they got some other lead that they were following up on, and we just got to wait for them to come back from that.
Yeah,
But
that's what I was thinking.
wouldn't they have the impression of wanting to still? I mean, even if they were after lead, they still know where we would want to meet as a team. So should we
But you
return
guys
to
aren't
the area?
actually at your meeting spot. You said you were going to the
I
guild.
know.
Okay.
Correct. I'm talking to them as though should we be returning to that spot or should we now do the diligence of going through the other spots that we think they might be at until we catch up with them?
Well,
I
I
have
guess the
another
trick is
idea that can be more direct.
we don't know where they would be. Well, what's your direct idea?
Well, we know that even if they say, like you say, had another lead to chase down, they would eventually go back to our standard meeting spot. So I will just send Char there with a little scroll telling them to meet us at the Nexus Guild. And that way they can be given the letter as soon as they show up at a road meeting site and go straight to the Nexus Guild.
But if they're not there, then and we
They will
go,
get there eventually, yes.
well, if they're not there to receive the scroll, I mean, if you just have Char sit there, I mean, at that point, it's almost
Yeah,
easier just to
that's
go. It's just easier to go to the meeting point ourselves and meet up with them. That way, if there's anything they come up with that's important, we can find out first before going to the guild.
okay.
So is that what?
Because also, if what's the point in waiting at the guild when we could wait at the usual spot? I mean, if we're going to the guild,
I
it would
thought the
seem like
point was not to go to the usual spot in case we were followed because we don't want them hunting us down at our usual spot.
well, if they were following us, they would have had to start following us from the Heidi spot.
Yeah.
Well, no, they would have started following us from when I walked up and asked the guards if our two friends were still there.
Well, that's following you.
Yeah.
You.
Have I not met
I
up
like to
with you
think.
guys yet to discuss any of this?
You have.
If I met up with you, then they're following us.
You're assuming that they're being followed. Can we look around and see if we're being followed?
Go ahead. Make a perception check.
Which we sort of already did when we were looking for anything out of sorts.
I'm still
Yeah, that's
doing
what
it
I thought.
because Ragu is under the impression we're being followed. That's why I'm doing it.
You're
So,
specifically looking to see if you're being followed. Which Oreo, you're pretty sure that you're not being followed.
there you go. We're good.
Okay.
Besides, if we are being followed and we take them directly to the Nexus Guild and then have the other there, we end up with the same problem.
All right. So does that mean you guys are going to your normal meeting spot?
I think that seems like
Yeah.
the plan. Yeah, just
All
let's
right.
go.
So you go back and you find Devok and Galen already there.
Sweet. And as little metagaming as possible.
What took you guys so long? We show up. They're waiting for us.
All right. So what do you guys say?
Hey, how's it going?
The hell? We've been waiting for you guys here for hours and you guys never showed up. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, we were being followed, so we had to make a short detour. My bad.
What'd you find out?
Honestly, not too much. They're holed up at that mansion pretty strongly, and they are looking for specifically you two. They said something about not liking the things that you're doing here. and that they wanted you to come to the mansion to talk to them. Not sure what they intend to do to you there, but they said that they were just going to talk to you, and then that would be that. I don't know how much I believe it, though.
All right.
Yeah.
So, do I fill them in on Clan Gara del Sombre, or
I
do you
think
guys look?
that's a fair assessment considering that if they were gonna be as a unit for a fair bit, they might as well learn what the hell's going on.
All right. Yeah, the clan that they are from is Clan Gara del Sombre. And if you can imagine all of the different clans of Latherwind as different countries, then
Okay.
Gara del Sombre would be the 1942 Nazis. So nothing they say we can trust, and they have their own agenda, and everything is generally, especially against Gara del Daga, who they are directly aligned against. So they caught wind somehow that Pico and Oreo were here, and they apparently still haven't done their due diligence to realize I'm part of their clan yet. So they're just trying to stop Gara del Daga for their own political reasons, or they might even be in cahoots with the Sword of Justice.
That's probably the more important piece of it here is we think
Yes.
that there might be involved with the group that really don't want anyone from the guild involved in the missions with
Mhm.
Lumev.
Yep.
And it's possible that as we speak, they're using this interference time to do what they want by going through the portal and doing other stuff just to keep us latched on in paperwork on this side.
Yeah, keep us
So
bogged down in red tape. Yes, yes.
So the idea might be right now to, as a unit, go to the guild, to tell them what we have just learned potentially, and see if they can go dig out if there's anybody suspiciously on the other side while we happen to be here right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, sounds good.
All right.
Yeah. Let's go
So
ahead.
you're gonna head to the guild as a group.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will delete the extras then. And just for ambiance, I will go ahead and switch maps. And you show up at the guild. So what do you do?
Look for Elru.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing too.
All right.
Yep.
You find her as she walks up behind you after you've already reached the door.
Oh, come
Uh,
on.
I was like,
You're a
"Oh,
sneaky.
I didn't see you there." She's smiling. She clearly did see you there. So what can I help you with? Come on, come on. She bounces up and down. Out with it.
what do you know about the new Tabaxi delegation in town?
I know that some of you have been over there, and you must be suspicious for some reason. I would be too, but I'm not.
How did she know that? Wait, we were looking for people who were following us and we never saw her?
That's
It
correct.
happens a lot with her, where we've
That is
gotten sort of
Yep.
used to it.
insanity, dude. She's so good.
I think we need to roll like a natural 20,
He
specifically
did.
looking for flashes of pink hair before we ever see her.
Just watch, she's like
Well,
a
the
level
problem is that's a
20
DC
character.
thing. You could potentially make a natural 20 and still not have enough of a bonus to spot her.
That's funny.
Well,
Yeah.
is there anything you might know about that since you are aware of certain things?
Mm, I know they don't like you very much, and I also know that they're not like you. Their names are off, but um, I've decided to leave it up to you to figure it out.
Just out
Well,
of
they are from a different
curiosity,
clan.
yes. Just out of curiosity, what do you know of the man that Pico and Oreo first spoke to
The man.
here in the guild?
Oh, you're
Joshua
talking about
Bush.
Joshua? Yeah. He's fine. He's just he's you know how you have people who manage other people who manage other people. He's higher
So
up
he's just
there, and it's just one of those. They wanted he wanted to personally get involved because of politics and everything.
okay.
Don't worry about him.
Okay, yeah, it's okay. Thank you. That's kind of what I had figured. Is that he was upper management who had no idea what the situation is, but thinks he can micromanage anyway.
Yeah, basically, yeah, the
Okay,
normal.
so nothing nefarious, just incompetent government. Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Anyway, I'll go ahead and take you inside. I'm sure you're here for a reason.
Well, in all fairness, he can't be that incompetent. He didn't just tell us, "Hey, go over there and talk to these people." He
Hmm.
gave us a decent heads up. So
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I meant. Is he's not a bad guy. He had no nefarious motives. He just is a diplomat trying to mess with politics and paperwork, and just didn't understand the situation, even though he's in charge of it.
Anyway, Elwood winds up taking you to Carl this time, and after she drops you off, she's like, "Oh, they got good news. I figured stuff out," and then she disappears. And then Carl looks at you and says, "All right, please come in," and closes the door. I'm all ears. Go for it.
all right. Well, based on information we dug up, it appears that this delegation is actually from the Gara de Sombra clan, which is not the clan they represented themselves from. And there's some evidence that their paperwork is not legitimate as far as being from the Gara de Daga clan.
Wait a moment. We actually had people look at that paperwork. How do you know it's not legitimate?
Well, it was tough to spot. It was really well done, but again, it's not a foreign document for me. I mean, Oreo and I are definitely quite familiar with the day-to-day workings of the clan, so that stuff's going to be a little more native to us than it might be for anybody else.
Yeah, although we didn't have our experts look at it, we just had, I mean, it's normal paperwork. You don't bring in the top people unless there's a problem. But it sounds like there's a problem, so we should probably send someone out to take a look. Okay, that's good to know. What else?
Well, and their names are really weird because that's not how most Tabaxi clans refer to themselves. I mean, now granted, the Gara de Sombra clan that Ragu is talking about, they do that because they are specifically rivals that have kind of rebelled against the typical Tabaxi traditions. But normally, I mean, like, okay, I call myself Pico, but the name is Peak of the Keystone.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'm not an expert at Tabaxi nomenclature.
Generally, a Tabaxi name should be generally recognized as ordinary words, not dedicated names. So having a tabaxi that doesn't have that kind of format is already suspicious right then and there.
I will definitely note that. That might be useful to avoid this kind of situation in the future. All right, so you've already established that they are from a different clan, and of course we'll have our own people look. But if what you say is true, that still doesn't tell us why they're doing it.
Well, that's where the
No, we
second
haven't.
part of it is getting interesting, is more of we think that they might not be working necessarily alone. The fact that they even knew that we were here in the first place was kind of suspicious by itself, but the fact that they didn't want any other expeditions to take place until this got resolved specifically through another red flag. We are under the suspicion that they're probably working with the Order, the group that doesn't necessarily want the guild involved in any of these expeditions in the first place. And so if they're doing this on purpose and using them as some sort of decoy for us to kind of not move forward with any expeditions, we're under the impression that something might be going on as we speak right now.
So if if a group of people, who knows who, happen to infiltrate this place and not get caught, and so we don't have to disavow them, they might be able to find out more information about what they're trying to actually do, and that would be very helpful.
Well, right now, the best guess is that they may be aligned with the Sword of Justice, because really, I mean, while the clans have had their big conflicts over the years, um, the thing is that some, exploration into another dimension world the kind of thing that would normally be on the radar. I mean, normally it's going to be your usual politics, territory control, things like that.
Yeah.
That's the
So
sort of
we
thing
are,
we would normally expect.
yeah, we are thinking the clan Gara del Sombre doesn't care about the portal itself, but they found an ally. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So they found an ally in Gara del Shadow. Sorry, and
Sombra.
Sombre. Thank you. In Gara del Sombre, and so they just allied themselves together for mutual benefit against the Nexus Guild.
It would explain why they would know that we were here in the first place.
And to try and tie up the portal in red tape so that nobody can go through. We've already found that they have their own way into Lumev, and so they want their expeditions to go unimpeded without us in the way.
I see. Well, what you say might be true. However, what I would like to see is some. I mean, we already have, or we should soon, hopefully, have evidence that they aren't who they say they are, and that'll help a lot. But what I would really like to see is evidence that tells us who they're working with before we take them down. Because if we just block them and everything, that's fine and good, but we that doesn't necessarily tell us what we need to know, especially with all the political machinations they might be able to get out of here scot free. And yeah, we would know about it, and whatever they're doing would be stopped, and that's great. But that doesn't help us, you know, get to the bottom of it, of course.
Is
So
there
But
any
in the
real
meantime,
is there any control on who goes in and out of those portals? Does the
there
guild have
is,
complete?
and in fact, nobody should be able to get in there. And that's why I'm wondering if there is another group inside the city that is helping them. And so that's what we need to find out before we bust them, essentially.
is
Um,
there any way to bog them down in red tape paperwork too, to not necessarily bust them, but just keep them on hold the way they are trying to keep us on hold, giving us time to see what they're up to before they
Yes,
can finish their
absolutely.
plot?
In fact, what we will be doing is now that you brought this to our attention, assuming that your evidence holds up, and that we nobody will be going through the portal, which in a way gives them potentially what they want, depending on what it is exactly they want.
Yes,
But
so
it also
which is why
keeps them from sneaking in and out and doing that kind of thing.
Is there
okay.
any way of knowing if there's like a record or log of who might have been going in or out of that portal in the past week?
There is, and nobody went in and out the last week.
I believe with
Unfortunately,
all the
go
go ahead,
ahead.
sorry. I was gonna say I believe with all of the ins and outs that the other expeditions that are not on record were doing, I'm beginning to think maybe they have a different way into Lumev. So
Perhaps.
perhaps sending a security force through the portal to Lumev might be wise. You know, make sure there's a couple of wizards with familiars, and make sure they have enough incense to get those familiars back. They can do scouting just to monitor and see if there is any movement or activity.
That's a valid idea. I'll definitely bring it up with my superiors. But nevertheless, like I said, for the time being, nobody will be going through. And if somebody else has been in there, it'll be from before you entered, because there was a definite noticeable jump in security after what happened with the previous expeditions. So it would have had to be something that happened in the past. However, that doesn't mean that they're not trying to stall you and trying to figure out their own way in, or who knows, or maybe trying to sneak through once security becomes lax, or who knows what they're trying to do. But before we do anything with them, we need to find out who they're working with. And what I would suggest is that if a certain group of people happen to sneak in and find out that information, we would pay them for achieving such without asking how they did it, if you understand.
Yes, yes, we do.
That said, said group of people would have to avoid getting caught by people outside. I mean, if there's some accidents with the tabaxi, that's one thing. If nobles are dying or guards, that is something different.
Hmm. All right. Well, we will see what we can figure out.
Alrighty, well, thank you for bringing this to our attention, and we will begin the investigation of their documents immediately. And starting in a few days, we will start taking direct measures. But for the next few days, we won't tip our hand, as it were.
All right.
But the portal will be inaccessible until this matter has been resolved.
Understandable. I think with that, I would probably leave.
Okay, I'll go ahead
Um,
and move you back to the map.
we'll say that we're still at the guild though, as a unit to talk for just a sec.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if I don't know if I heard this right, because the audio kept kind of cutting in and out for me a little bit, but if the idea was to essentially sneak into the estates to see if there's any proof in there of who they're working with and to somehow successfully get out without getting caught, then we're gonna need the entire party to kind of help with this.
And
Now, I've got.
remember, there's different ways to not get caught, and one of those ways is to kill everybody on our way out so we don't get captured.
Which is why I'm saying we need the whole party.
Yeah.
Well, I've got some ideas. Actually, first question: does anybody have the ability to effectively disguise themselves magically?
Yes.
Right. But then the other thing is, Oreo, how do you feel about being a
I'm sorry, your audio
All
cut up
right.
again, but I'm assuming that's a big fat no.
No, it's
No,
how do you
I
feel
asked
about being
how
a
you
traitor?
feel about being a traitor.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm thinking. What if one of us wanted to have a meeting in a discreet but public place, talking about how part of the reason they're there in the first place is to keep an eye on somebody they don't like and look for a good opportunity to undermine them. So maybe you've problems with me and would mind joining with allies make bad things happen to me. Meanwhile, while they're off at this thing, again, in a public, discreet place though, so that they can't try anything overt, then I can go ahead and whoever else we can work in, take advantage of them being, gone and try and go through the place with less resistance.
And
I
if
kind of
they
hate
ask
having
about,
to.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and if they truly ask about your motivations, simply say they are financially based. In other words,
Okay.
you want to get paid money for your betrayal, and that is very standard, and they'll be believing it.
Well,
Okay.
it would be helpful if she had a motive prior to that point. I mean, the idea is that
Yes,
she's already
yes.
got a problem with me. This is kind of a, well, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, user. So, although, of course, the drawback is that means not being, arguably, our best stealthy individual present at a stealth mission.
Yeah. I
So,
mean, if you guys are willing to do that kind of a trade-off, sure, I'll do that, but good luck.
I'm, I'm beginning to think. I mean, because if they send somebody to talk to her, they'll only send like one person, but there are quite a few peoples at that
Mm-hmm.
place yet. So
are you
maybe
sure
we
they'd
can.
only send one, especially if they don't know what the meeting is about?
Well, they might send a few, but that's
They
still leave
had over like
many
two
there.
dozen people come in this convoy. Like, there's plenty of people to go around. There's even if they were to send half a dozen, they still got a whole lot to deal with at the actual place.
Yeah, I
I
mean, Devak, how many people did you say you saw again there? Quite a few kitty cats.
You mean Galen?
Yeah, Galen.
well,
Oh
Well,
yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
Devon's
because
saw.
there
both
Galen,
too.
of
yeah,
them, both
Galen
of
and
them were
Devak
there.
were both there. Yeah,
Oh
Galen, you
yeah.
too.
Oh, I know Devok's here. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Galen or
Hello.
Devok, you can answer.
Yeah, I saw a decent amount. They were all over the compound.
Although
I
keep in
think
mind that even if there's still 19 out of 20 there, if the one that leaves is the one whose room check, that's still beneficial. But
yeah, I don't know if it's
go either
worth it
way.
just to get rid of our stealthiest option though, because I think there's still likely to be a lot of people there.
I mean, if worst case scenario, if you guys can pull off the sneak mission, it's literally just kill. But that at that point, how is that gonna come off to the guild and everybody around when they realize there's a bunch of dead bodies at one of the most
Yeah,
noble houses?
Yeah,
that's
I
Well,
probably
think they'd
I,
be.
I don't think we'd worry there. What reason would they have to suspect the very two individuals that the delegate or the diplomat specifically said they were here for because they were problematic?
No, the only thing I'm thinking is that the reputation we want with our boss guy at the Nexus, because he will be aware.
Because right now they're under the impression we're gonna try and get some proof, and then we leave with, oh yeah, by the way, there's like I don't know how many dead bodies back there. Sorry about that. That's in
Well,
case
I
things go
don't
south really bad, right?
look.
That's all I'm saying.
I think Carl's opinion is the least of our concern. Think about this from the city guard. They have to investigate a series of murders. Big thing they knew about this delegation was that delegation was there to investigate us specifically. Have a motive. Kill these people.
Yeah,
So that could actually be worse because now there'd be a legal reason to have us arrested. So yeah, I
which
don't
is
think a massacre is the best approach.
well, no, I don't think so either. But that's why I was thinking our sneakiest option. But what happens if we wait for like not office hours? You know what I mean?
Well, that's a given.
I wonder if we can get into their food.
What?
Get into their food. You know,
why
they
would we want
all
to get into
eat.
their food?
You want to drug it?
Yeah, I've got several doses of peyote. I can drug it so they're all wandering
Oh
around,
No, no,
God.
no.
Cats on
and that
catnip?
would
Are
be a
you
way to get
serious?
in. Yeah, cats on
I
super
don't know if
catnip.
that's the greatest
Oh
idea.
God.
It's a good idea either.
Well, remember how you were acting on it? I'm pretty sure we'd be able to get by. Even if I walked up and said, "Hi, I'm Gara Del Daga, and I just need to leave through this way," and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, sure."
I mean, to be fair, that they almost would think they'd be hallucinating so bad that they're seeing these random people come in and out. It's like it was just part of their imagination.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
again, at the same time, though, how complicated is it going to be just to just make sure you get all of that in their food? That's just another whole logistical problem, man.
No,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Is if we can get somebody into the cook, the cook has the great big pot. People come by
Uh,
with their trays, and here you go, and here you go, and here you
Also,
go. It's all the same big pot to stew.
I think you would probably also I think you would probably also be like affecting other people in the
Well, no,
in the
remember, because that entire building and that delegation is separate, so they probably have their private mess. I mean,
uh,
tabaxi fare is always not always the same as human fare.
hmm.
It's still
does
also
it? Okay,
uh,
question. If the whole thing is that you guys would prefer to have the sneaky person in there, what if we just set up a plan to have people meet with the intention that I'm gonna show up, quote unquote, but they just are there. We just leave them in the cold, essentially, just make them wait. whoever ends up going, and I still end up going with you guys. They wouldn't necessarily. We just have to shoot them, like shove them somewhere really far away from the city, and that's gonna take them time to get back and forth.
That's a possibility, but just to add to what I was saying earlier, I mean, somebody said, even if I'm poisoning people that are not the tabaxi, it doesn't matter. It's a non-lethal poison. They'll have a bad trip and be done in a day. So it's not really going to hurt or kill anybody. If somebody's talking, I just heard a click and it glitched out.
Oh, I said true. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is fair. I don't know. I feel like it's probably safer just to stealth in as the group and just take it as the most basic way, because sneaking in, getting to their food, we'd already be entering the building, so it would almost be easier to just do what we came there to do instead of even more
Well,
setting it
that's
up.
why I had suggested the food, because all we need is one disguised person at dinner time being a cook. They feed everybody, and then after the stuff takes effect, the rest of us can sneak in, even if we're not all the sneakiest of peoples.
I mean, I still think that that's more complicated and just a little needless.
Okay.
Question though, how are you gonna subtly feed them literal cactus? You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
it's simple. It's not cactus. I processed it into peyote, so all I have to do is drop it into a stew or a soup and mix it around.
So think of it like a
Definitely
spice.
has.
He just made a spice out of that thing.
Yeah,
Oh, we
Okay.
made it into
I feel
spice.
like they would
because
know.
it's actual peyote, even though it's derived from cactus, isn't the cactus itself. I mean, like if you're
Right.
smoking crack,
I
or
think you're
not
cooking
crack,
it.
but
Yeah.
if you're smoking cocaine,
Yeah.
or snorting it, or however you take cocaine, it's a powder, right? It's not a big leaf of a plant.
Yeah.
It's processed.
That's
Well,
true.
that's
Like,
true.
I still think it would yeah, I still think it would be too complicated just because we would already be getting somebody in there, so they might as well just be doing what we came there to do.
Yes, but this gives everybody the edge on getting in and out.
That's true.
If you can somehow figure out who is the person you need to go in to make sure all of that is done, and
That
it's
would be
not
our
gonna take
sneakiest
us.
person.
No, but you're talking about going to the cook and like doing all of that piece of it. I don't know how all of that entails. So if you can figure that out, then great. But
Actually, I do have a pretty good idea. All we need to do is get some hair dye, my sneaky little friend. Get some hair dye, turn you into a calico tabaxi. You can just show up and it's like, yeah, I'm a replacement because, I'm extra cook help because somebody ordered me to be here. You can say you got in trouble and now you have KP duty. And you'd be sneaky enough to get in and, peel potatoes for a little while, drop the stuff into the stew, and then be able to sneak your way out. And just you doing it would be extremely fast. And then we just have to wait till after dinner.
If
I
they
don't.
if this happened unexpectedly to someone, it would not end well. You get what I'm saying?
How do you mean if it happened unexpectedly to someone?
Like they would think they were being poisoned or something and freak out, and it would just
Yeah,
cause like a huge
I think we just put them on high
bump.
alert, if anything. To be
Exactly.
like, oh, we ate something bad, because why else would they just be hallucinating super hard and
Yeah,
feel
but it's
So
not
bad?
it'd
an
be very.
instantaneous effect though. So once they take it, it takes a while, and then
Yeah,
But
by that time everybody's eaten some,
I don't
they
think
would
and
that
then
definitely
they're
would.
all whacked out.
But they can
But
still be
actually,
on high
would
alert.
everybody have eaten some? Yeah, thinking about it, they've got a good point because remember they're guarded
Hmm.
and they're not going to get to eat the same meals that the diplomats do.
Okay, true.
I
All
think it's
right,
much
I
easier
think
if
we
we just sneak in.
just do a direct sneak in and
Mhm.
okay.
Out of curiosity, how you mentioned the place was surrounded with walls. what is the actual guard type situation, given that this is pretty well inside a secured city?
Well,
I
that's
can
the
go ahead
why
and give
it's.
them the entire.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're out. I can only hear you through Dave's speaker, but what I was going to say is with that thing with Char, I should be able to give everybody the exact layout of the outside of the building
Okay.
and
Anyway,
walls and stuff.
so yeah, so the fact that there are several guards at each gate um, inside the city is what kind of tipped you off that something's a little weird. Although it could just be because maybe they were convinced that the diplomats were in danger or something. But yes, there are. It is completely walled off. The walls are about 12 feet tall. There are four gates. It's basically a giant square around the main structures. They're inside the walls. I mean, there are buildings outside the walls as well, but the tabaxi are inside the walls. Anyway, yeah. So there's four gates, and each gate is manned by 3 to 4 guards. And you saw additional guards on the inside, although you didn't get a count because you were just passing by. Um, and there are probably some trees nearby, but they're not that close. It looks like the place near the walls has been kind of cleared, outside of maybe bushes and stuff, in order to keep people from being able to obviously climb over by climbing up a tree or climbing up a nearby building or whatnot.
Have an idea. Devak, Galen, you've already
Mm-hmm.
been in there and you discussed with them about your movement. I already
Mm-hmm.
showed up and associated myself with you. Well, did you say where you come from or if you were based out of this city?
Yeah.
I'm thinking no.
No, we
You
we
did not.
told them we were based here in the city.
Yeah, we did.
Damn it. Okay, never mind that. I was going to say, being guest delegates, you can ask them kindly for quarters for the night because there was some problem with you getting diplomatic quarters for the night, and that would
Oh
get the
no,
three of us
and
into
we
the
didn't
building.
even tell them we were diplomats.
Yeah.
We told them
And
we were
see,
there
that's why
like
I said you didn't tell them where you were based, diplomatic, or everything like that. So,
no,
so they
that's
know
what
you
I'm
are the
saying.
movement, but they don't know you're based in this city. So,
Except that they
asking
They
for
do though.
quarters,
explicitly told them they were based in this city.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what I'm not remembering because in metagaming, I was listening to them, and I'm just
Uh,
assuming they told us
Mm-mm.
about their meeting. I don't remember them actually saying that
yeah,
in the
yeah,
meeting.
but they told you. So. Go ahead.
All right, well, so much for that. Sorry, it's just a thought. I just figured it'd be an easy way to get at least three of us into the wall, and then only the two little kitties with very good climbing skills would have to get over.
All right, so it's
Thank you.
mid-afternoon at this point. You're still at the guild having your discussion. So what's next?
What does the compound look like inside?
Well, like I mentioned before, you have a main set of structures at the center, the obviously the main noble estate, and then you have various other sets of buildings, basically that skirt around it on the inside of the walls. That
Well, what I meant was getting more of a drawing from Ragu so that I can get an idea of what the physical layout is. I mean,
Okay.
trying to get
Yeah,
an
it's
idea of what the grounds are laid out like.
all right. It's a map of the place we were at before when I was going back and forth looking for where Ire and or not Ire, but Galen and Devak's icons were. That building.
I can't remember 5 colored lights in the space of 20 seconds.
Jeremy, can you throw that map back up there, please? I
I
mean, I
could.
could try and draw it, but it would take me a very long time. It would
That's
look
fine.
bad.
I can pull it up. If I can. Oh, there it is. There you
Um,
go. So this is their building. You can move around in the hallways and in the center and everything, and around the outside. But obviously, don't glitch into any of the rooms and whatnot.
so it's
And just
basically
imagine the people aren't here because, yeah, I'm
it's
just
basically
drawing
a
the
building with
outlay.
a central
Yeah,
courtyard.
And then it's assumed that there's a wall around this building.
No, well, there is, but this building is one of many sets of buildings that are all
Right.
inside the wall.
And where is this building in relation to like north south of the actual compound?
Yeah, because
It's
remember, the actual compound is completely different. This is like guest quarters for diplomats, which is why the
here. Let me do
Tabaxi
this.
will take over.
Let's see. Draw shape. Come on. Select a color. So you can imagine you have walls like this, and
Mm-hmm.
then you can imagine some central building, and then you can imagine some sets of smaller buildings and parks and stuff.
Right.
And so it would probably be like this one, where
Okay,
this is
so
the outer
the map
wall.
we're on.
This is
Okay,
this would be the map you're on right here. This would be the
yeah,
central main sets of buildings, and this
Mm-hmm.
is the outer walls. And then there's a gate on each cardinal direction.
but this building here is for the people who are normally always here, and the rest of these structures are all for them and theirs. This is the only guest structure where the Tabaxi diplomats have
That's
taken
right.
over
The
to
Tabaxi are
preserve.
all right here. There are other
Yeah,
people in those other buildings that are unrelated to the
yeah, and
Tabaxi.
uh, so we only have to worry about this one building.
I get that. But then what does the security look like when we were still standing outside stealthy and waiting on Rogu while we were
You,
around the perimeter because we
so
were
yeah,
just
so
watching from up there?
you have four gates, and then you have 3 to 4 guards at each gate, and then you saw some guards walking around on the inside as well, but you don't know how many.
And how tall is this edge wall?
About 15 feet. But they've cleared the area outside the wall, so there's no convenient trees or buildings to climb off of and jump off of.
But it's still normal ground.
Yeah, still normal ground. Yeah.
How close is it to the rest of the residences in the area? Like, is it one of those where it's very blatant if anybody's walking right along
Yeah,
the walls
so
of
there'll
this?
be some outside walls, or I mean, sorry, outside buildings that are in that same kind of district because they basically the noble family owns that whole district, um, and uh, and then that's kind of, and then you have the rest of the city around that. So
Is there like a building over here in this area?
yeah,
Like,
there would be buildings on the outside. Yes,
yeah. Any of these buildings, like open buildings? What are we looking at here? Maybe if we could gain access to the basement of one of these
there'll
buildings?
be facilities and stuff that the noble family owns, but some of them might be things like taverns and stuff. So you could probably find a building close by that you'd be allowed to enter.
Okay, like maybe being able to sneak into the basement of one of these buildings over on this side?
Well, even if it's
Potentially,
not
but you don't
necessarily,
think that basement's going to connect through the wall.
yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna
I don't
say,
think the basement's going to connect through the wall. I think Pico is going to make a connection through the wall.
but
That
my
would be the
point,
plan.
right?
Yes.
But it wouldn't necessarily be to like the direct house. It might just be to like the grounds right
No, no, no.
next to the house or something like right there.
No. Well,
So
what we're talking about is if we can have a basement here to work in without being seen or caught, then Pico can use mold earth to literally dig a
make
tunnel
a hole. I
straight
get it.
through here. Yeah,
I
and we
I
can come
get
up
it.
right here.
But I don't think you can necessarily. I don't know if I don't know how this building is constructed in the sense that it's gonna be a direct, oh, I'm gonna dig right up and I'm gonna go straight into the house. Like I feel like we're gonna have to go through like the yard area or something and
You
take
would
out
definitely
whatever
have
parts
to
are
go
there.
Yeah,
through the
yeah.
yard because if you look
I
in
think
this
we're gonna
map,
come up. Yeah,
if you look at this
I think
map,
we'll
you'll
come up.
see it's stone like on the outside. I mean, there will be
Exactly.
parks and stuff, so you will be able to tunnel to a park or something, but it'll be like down here or something.
Well,
With an
there is a
accurate
big
compass.
planter right in the middle of
Yeah,
this building.
exactly. With an accurate compass and an accurate map, I should be able to figure out exactly how to come up right in the middle of this garden thing right here from across the street. So yeah, we can come up right here, the planter where Pico is standing.
Is this where we really wanna show up considering there's
Yeah,
gonna be the backseat all over? Like
That's why we're
they're
going to wait for night shift, nightfall, even tabaxi sleep at some point.
but if this is supposed to be a diplomatic house with like, you know, heavily guarded people, I have a feeling they're gonna be doing shifts just like we would be doing shifts out in the open.
Yeah, but that means that there's not going to be all these people. There's just going to be a couple of roving guards. And by
Vivak,
not
Galen,
drugging or getting rid of
So
them, that's
when you
our
guys
only option.
showed up, did you see any guards in the main courtyard?
No, there were no guards in the main courtyard. They were all inside of their respective buildings. But there were
Okay.
guards at the gate, and there was easy window sight from several of them.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
walking the courtyard would not be easy.
yeah. Coming up in the courtyard basically still is our best option because we get past all those other guards and we can get straight into the building.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Well,
we're
even
going
if
to have to deal with some guards, but that's the price of not being able to take them out sooner.
well,
We're
even
going
if
to
the
have to do
courtyard's
something.
not viable, as long as there's something reasonably discreet somewhere near the building. But of course, yeah, it was already mentioned that most of that was actually paved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically there'd be specific parks and open areas you'd have to go to, and then you'd have to cross from that to the paved areas.
And this here in the middle where Pico's standing, that was a big, thick, lush bush, right? Or is it a tree?
It's a tree.
Okay, is there plants around the base of the tree?
There'd be small plants, yes.
See, so all we'd have to do is once we get right up to the end, just very carefully cut out basically a chunk of sod with one of the plants in it, be able to kind of pick it up, and we could literally be able to peek and look out without just popping up, here we are in front of everybody. That way we can look and wait for the guards to do their path and walk away.
Sure. That's fine. I get it now.
All right. Okay. So is that the plan you're going with?
Yeah, I think we're gonna Hogan Zeros it.
All right. Fair enough. So I'm going to take you back to the other map for now. All
Now
right.
I realize Ayers is not actually here, but can we go ahead and ask upon his expertise or no?
Mm, the, you can ask. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question, and then he'll respond however he
Ayers the
responds.
one with Ayers the one with cartography. Does he have an accurate compass and map that I can use to figure out our trajectory in the tunnel?
I assume he
He'd
would.
have that equipment. I don't.
Yeah, I would assume he would have that equipment. Um, and but unfortunately, he didn't go in. You're the one with all the with the sighing and with the everything, but he'd probably help you. So what I
Yeah,
would probably have you do is make a navigation check with advantage.
yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is I would use the equipment and make the rolls, but he had the equipment that we would need to get this done accurately.
Now we do have something going in our favor, is we don't have to be super precise. You said there's a tree in that planter. Well, trees have a wide root structure that can often be as big or bigger than the actual canopy. So the thing is that if we're
Once we
anywhere even
find the
remote,
roots. Sorry,
yeah, if
go
we're
ahead.
anywhere even remotely in the ballpark, then yeah, we'll encounter roots and know that that's where we need to be. Um,
So what I would have you do, Ragu, is you would make a navigation check using your intelligence. So you basically roll intelligence with advantage and see what you get.
Okay,
You don't have proficiency, unfortunately, so you just get flat intelligence.
ready. So just a flat intelligence. It wouldn't be like a nature.
That's right. It's just because cartography goes under intelligence, and then there's usually a bonus on top, a proficiency bonus on top of that. But like I said, you don't have that, but you do have advantage.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. You're you're looking at it, and Ire is kind of looking at what you're doing, and he'll probably tell you something like, "Can't you draw a straight line?" And
See, I go ahead.
you clearly know that you're off. Um, and so if you wait an hour, you can try one more time.
I definitely want to do that.
Are you assuming you're
Sorry,
willing to
fellas.
burn an hour?
Yeah, is that
Because it'd
okay?
be
Because we
like
still
him
have to.
tutoring you, and it's like, no, this is what you want to do, that kind of thing.
Whilst
Now,
I'm doing that,
where
yeah,
are
go
we
ahead.
starting from in relation to the compound?
Yeah, you guys have to find a basement across the street, whatever.
Because if you're doing that while we're, because I can start setting things up because
Mhm.
there's kind of some structures I'd want to arrange first for the purposes of doing the excavation.
Okay, so yeah, so I've moved your token to, roughly where you would be, I guess. And yeah, if you're looking for a nearby building where it's a straight line, there aren't a whole lot of choices. One of them is a small tavern that caters to caters mostly to the workers, people who work at the estate but who aren't actual nobles themselves. Um, that's probably your best bet as far as buildings where you're allowed to enter without raising suspicion. So, what do you guys do?
Hmm. Trying to give this a bit of thought.
Because there are other buildings, but they tend to be things like worker homes and stuff like that. Where you entering means you're breaking in.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a building. In the area, is there anywhere where it looks like I'd have the flexibility to scatter a modest amount of soil without that being noticed?
Well, it is a noble district, so you would have plenty of parks.
Hmm.
And obviously,
So,
soil in a park is pretty normal.
so here's the thought I'm having is all I need to do is, well, to start with, I just need to excavate an area big enough for us all to fit below with some room to work with. We don't necessarily need to excavate the whole damn tunnel. In fact, that might actually be beneficial because if there's no, if we're only doing a little tunnel segment as we're burrowing, there'll be no tunnel for somebody to stumble across. So the idea is to excavate a, basically 10 hexes worth of space, for instance, spread that dirt around. But then basically, then once we're in there, we can seal our entryway. And as we're working our way down, basically as I'm pulling the earth out, we just go ahead and fill in behind us. So we're basically closing up our own tunnel. The drawback is it means we don't exactly have a super quick escape, but on the plus side, it means somebody can't just bust into our tunnel and find us.
Yeah, the point of having it in the basement was to hopefully keep it hidden, but I'm thinking that a quick escape is one of the things we need.
Well, the problem is like, okay, doing a quick eyeball, how far do I think I'm going to have to make this tunnel?
Probably at least 5 to 800 feet.
5 to 800 feet. Let's just go ahead and, well, I'm going to round that up to 900 feet here. So that's 300. I'm basically, to make a whole tunnel then, I'm probably going to have to look at up to 300 hexes. Oh, no, 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 you said 900. I'll do, that's different math, sorry. Um, oh, okay, you said 700 originally, and I was rounding up to 9.
I said 5 to 800.
5 to 800. Okay, 800. Okay, we'll work with 800. Most pessimistic thing then. Sorry. Okay, so that's 160 hexes worth of dirt that I would have to place around. That's a lot of, I mean, I can't imagine any basement having enough room to fit all that dirt and still have an opening.
Yeah, and if you did that outside, that would be a giant pile of dirt.
Yeah, let's see. So yeah, the square root of that's working out to be 12.6. Let's call it 13 hexes. So you're talking about oh geez, 5. It's like 65 by 65 feet worth of space. I mean, you need a warehouse basement to accommodate all that.
I said I get it. Point taken. We can.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I get it. Point taken. Understood.
All right. So what's the plan?
We're thinking.
Oh, well, the plan is clearly to excavate from outside the main city walls then.
Yeah, wonderful.
You spend
Okay.
the next 2 years in game.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So yeah, so the way I figured it is that if we had, say 15 hexes worth of dirt excavated out, then I could move anywhere between 5 to 10 hexes of dirt at a time, and we'd still have a comfortable amount of space for everybody
Okay.
as we worked our way through. And then that way, yeah, that becomes a much more feasible thing. But even 5 hexes worth, I mean, that's still potentially, you know, uh, that would actually be more than what would fit in a 10 by 10 room. Well, you could fit more by, assuming the ceiling's higher than 5 feet. Um, but yeah, trying to put that much dirt anywhere indoors seems like it would be a bit of an issue, unless it's a very big basement, which is not out of the question. That's why I was thinking about starting from an outdoors environment where I can just, if there's already plenty of dirt and stuff around anyway, just kind of layer that out so that it's just, you know, it's a little bit of a thicker layer of dirt, but who's going to notice that the dirt's 2 inches taller than it was yesterday, especially at night.
Okay. So
Though,
yeah,
for
let's
what
go
it's
ahead.
worth, does anybody else have any ideas as far as getting some of the others in?
Well, the only thing I was coming up with was more brute force, but it was trying to focus one gate, the closest gate to the house, and considering what time it is that we're trying to get in, trying to essentially either distract or make some sort of um pull away the guards away from the gate enough to knock them out. Not kill them, knock them out.
I was going to say, but do we want to take the risk of raising the alarm before we're even in there?
That's the point of knocking them out so that there is no alarms and we focus on one gate. But again, it's just an idea. I'm not saying that should be the way. It's just that's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of, we can sneak in pretty good and rather quietly with the tunnel. And if we're lucky, we can avoid the guards and get into whatever couple of rooms we need to get into. We just need to be able to escape afterwards. But if all else fails, as long as we come up, next to that tree and do the whole Hogan's Heroes hidden hatch thing, then we should be able to get back down into that hatch and do the exact reverse to get away. As long as they can't find us and they're not going to be able to dig like we can.
And I do have an idea to make sure we can go back to our entry point, which would be to basically bury rope as we go. Although, shoot, we'd need a fair bit more of it than we have right now. But basically, if we lay down a rope as we're going, when it's time to leave, all I have to do is just unearth that rope and follow it. So we're guaranteed to pop back out where we started.
Okay.
Now, one other thing though is that we're treating this as if we have to do this tonight, but Carl did mention a few days. What if we go ahead and maybe spend, the night and the next day, just keep an eye on the comings and goings and see if there's, some other opportunity we could use. For instance, if, if there are deliveries that we could smuggle with, things like that.
Right.
That's fair.
We'd have to take shifts and then we'd have to actually have a log of standard and usual deliveries, but remember, this is a completely different diplomat's house, so it would be based all on his schedule, not what the Tabaxi do, because they're only that one small section as guests.
Yeah, I mean that's just talking about getting into the compound itself. Once we're inside the main gates, I mean, yeah, it'd be ideal to be able to get directly into the courtyard area, but if we can't do that, just getting in the main walls and avoiding the guards would still be handy.
Yeah, but I think the best way to do that is our original tunnel that avoids all of the guards and all of the main compound.
I mean, I'm down for giving it more time because the portal is officially closed now that we've alerted the guild. So it's not like unless
Well,
there's
that's
another
just it.
opening, unless there's another opening to Lumev, we are under the current impression that it's out of bounds for now. So our focus is to figure out who is working with these guys specifically.
And
But
Galen
but
and
but
Devok. Sorry, Galen and Devok. If you have anything to add, go ahead.
yeah, you're looking for whole party.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we should probably try and find a more safe way to get in,
I agree.
because we don't want to like ruin everything right off the bat, you know.
Yeah.
Probably good to take this as carefully as possible.
Oh wow, I might have another dumb idea. Give me a moment.
Hmm.
Okay.
We say careful and then dumb idea
And he's
comes
like,
out.
I got a
Cool.
dumb idea.
Naturally, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I thought the tunnel was an excellent idea. I think that's a great way to get past all of the outer defenses.
It is until you get into the logistics. We always go
Well,
back
no,
to how we actually get things done.
well, Dave already figured that part out. You know, just having the one section, and then we'll fill in as we go, and then I'll pay for it. I'll go get like 800 feet of twine that we could bury and follow out.
Well, okay, here's my dumb idea. Because I was listening to you talking, or well, more like Ire scolding you, and it sounds like you're so far your navigation skills, as far as getting us lined up, are sounding a little bit iffy.
Well, I still have another roll here. I might do a lot better. That was a really, really shitty roll.
Yeah, but I think I have an idea that's even better.
Okay.
Well, you said there was a tree in that courtyard, right?
Yep.
Let's go to the roots.
How unique is that tree?
It was an
Pretty
olive
unique.
tree.
Sorry, it's pretty unique. It's an olive tree, which you haven't really seen a lot of. Although there might be more of those inside that um, inside that noble area though. Yeah, definitely haven't seen many trees like that outside of that area.
Well, here's the idea. We'd have to wait until tomorrow to do this because I'd need time to prepare for it. But if you can figure out, verify that kind of tree and then make sure that it is the closest one of that kind from the direction we plan to approach, I can go ahead and home in on the thing.
Perfect.
How would we home
I
out though?
oh,
What was that?
don't-
Would we just
we can
leave the
home.
tunnel open so that we can go back out? Would we fill it in? What would be the plan there?
We'd have to
We're
fill it
gonna have
in,
to
but
fill it.
yeah.
So how
But
would
we
we
can
know
home out.
to
We can
out?
we can home out the exact same way. All we'd have to do is have a different object, and
Well,
that's
that's
easy
where the
enough.
rope comes in.
Yeah, or yeah, I was gonna say I can
Or
just
rope.
buy 800 feet of twine if you want, and we can just follow the twine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll go ahead and have Char take a quick fly over the compound, and I can see through his eyes. And since I have botany, which is expert in plants and plant identification, I should easily be able to see all of the olive trees and where we're going to start and where the nearest olive tree is.
There is yeah, I mean there is a straight line to the olive tree, and since when I drew that building, it was there was no buildings between it and the wall. It would be the closest one from that specific direction.
Okay, there we go. So yes, that olive tree is the closest one from where we're going to start. So that's how we home in. And that's only if I do a really bad roll here.
Okay.
Did you want me to do that roll again now, or did
If
you
you
guys want
want,
to do it?
or you can just home in on the tree. It's up to you guys which approach you want to take.
I
Well,
like the idea of homing in on the tree because it's pretty much guaranteed. Because what if you think you've got it right and you don't?
okay. I was gonna say just hedging our bets, do both, but yeah, you're right. We can just home in on the tree. I give you all of the botany knowledge that you need for homing in on olive tree, and it is the closest one from across the street. I'm going to have to go buy 800 feet of twine or kite string, or just some. It doesn't have to be man carrying rope, just as long as we can follow a line. So,
Right. Yeah.
how
Just
much of
something
that?
sturdy enough to
Yeah,
handle a little bit of manhandling. Although I wouldn't go with just 800. You wanna,
1,000 feet.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll
I
go.
mean,
I'll go
making
next.
sure we definitely have more than enough.
So
Yeah,
how much are you trying to
and in
buy?
that case, yeah, 1,000 feet of twine, and I'm going to ask Oreo if she can help me make that purchase.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll go to my contact and help him out with that.
Yep.
That would be 1 silver, 1,000 divided by. All right. That is not too bad actually. It's only 20 silver.
Done. Okay.
It'd
Uh,
obviously be a lot more expensive if it was actual rope, but it's less material, so
yeah,
there you go.
yeah. I was gonna say it's just twine. It should be strong enough, to take a little bit of manhandling, but we only have to follow it out. So, I just purchased 1,000 feet of twine.
Okay.
The other thing I was gonna say, Pico, was since you're homing in on the olive tree for getting us there, you just have to leave something here at the other end, and then do the same thing, homing on that object instead. But yeah, the twine will work too.
Well, problem is I'd have to use a different spell that would require burning a spell slot. Where,
Okay.
well, I mean, like, okay, we could do it with plants instead of, but the whole point in the twine is we just follow the twine and don't need to worry about that. If you don't want to
Okay.
spend the money for the twine,
Oh no, I
we
already
can use
spent the
something.
money. We already have the twine. It was just something I was saying as an alternate. We already have the twine. I already paid for it. We're good to go.
Well, if we're gonna, I mean, we could do the animals, or I mean, we could do a homing object, but it would need to be an animal or plant of some sort. So you have to find some small exotic plant or something like that that's guaranteed to not have another example of it anywhere in the vicinity.
I reach into my backpack. I pull out a large jar, and that large jar has purple flowers from Lumev. Pretty sure these aren't anywhere.
But you're pulling out a jar of.
Yeah, I have a whole big bundle of weird purple flowers that I collected from Lumev that I wound up not giving to anybody or selling. They're still in my inventory. They're Lumev flowers. You know they're not anywhere around here. Easy for you to home in on. But we already have the twine, so we're good to go with that.
Yeah, I guess that would work. It doesn't make any sort of special restrictions for that, and I guess you could bury the jar if you're really concerned about it.
Like I said, that's only an if case. I already have the twine, so let's just use that.
Okay, so sorry. So I assumed that you bought that twine the same day because you guys were discussing things at the guild, and there was still enough daylight that you can go to this, purchase things.
Mhm.
So we're still in that same day, although it's probably getting later in the afternoon now. So you'll probably have to decide soon whether you want to do this tonight or hold off.
Well, I think it'll have to be tomorrow, but what I can do is this evening at the park or wherever we're going to do this, I'll wait till it starts getting dark and then start working on excavating out that space I was talking about. And yeah, and the idea being is to excavate just enough room for us to all fit under there, plus some room to juggle dirt. And so, yeah, that's where I was thinking 2 to 3 times the amount of space occupied by the party. And then just spread that dirt out among the terrain. And then I can I can seal the entryway, and then the next night when we go to do this, I just open that spot up. We go in, I close it back up, and then we can go ahead and start tunneling our way.
Okay, so is that what you're doing now then?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're in the process of doing that, and you're being stealthy, and you're digging out dirt and everything. If you're, I mean, I assume you're trying to be stealthy. If so, go ahead and give me a stealth
Yeah.
check.
Wow.
Okay, so you're doing this, and all of a sudden you hear this person running behind you, and you look back, and it looks like a kid, probably about 12. He looks like um, you know fairly rough. Maybe he's a worker's kid, perhaps. Anyway, he runs up and he looks at you curiously, and he kind of pulls on your tail. And it's like, what are you doing, mister?
Oh, I'm a gardener. I'm getting ready to plant plants.
You're a gardener? Huh. My mom brings me here all the time, and I talk to the other gardener. I have never seen you before. Are you new?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. What's your name? That way when I go home, I can tell my mom about the new gardener.
All righty. Well, just so you know, I'm a bit of an amateur gardener. So, but anyway, I'm Fern Treebeard.
Okay. Will you be here tomorrow?
Um, Probably not because I mean, you've seen all the beautiful parks around the city, and there's just so much work to do, and I mean, and there, it takes a lot of work to keep those parks looking as beautiful. So, in fact, actually, what's a park pretty far away from here?
You don't really know the names of the parks.
Yeah.
Generally don't hang out in the Noble District.
Well, I know there's this one park. The name escapes me right now, but up in the northern area that feel like it could use a little bit extra work. It's one of the closer ones for some of the more downtrodden folks, and everybody should have the opportunity to appreciate some beautiful nature. So that's probably where I'll be if you wanted to meet me. If you wanted to meet me again tomorrow.
So you do all this, and go ahead and give me a performance check.
All right.
He's like looking at you. Oh, that doesn't sound right. I don't think there's a. Um, the gardeners always work in the same place. I see the same one every day, and it doesn't really make sense for you to be going from park to park. Are you sure you're a gardener?
Are you sure you're a professional child? I did say I was an amateur. It's one of those more, think of me as a plant enthusiast. I don't get paid to be a gardener.
Oh, I only thought they allowed paid people there. The nobles and all. They don't generally don't allow just the average person to dig and stuff because they might make it look ugly.
Well, I've never heard about that. And I mean, they don't charge people to go to the parks, yet people could trample on all the beautiful plants and destroy those. I mean, they'll let just anybody run around. I think when it comes down to it, they realize that everybody's got a vested interest in the beauty and natural splendor of our world, and everybody should have an opportunity to enjoy it in every way they see fit.
Okay, give me persuasion.
Uh,
No.
It's like, no, that doesn't sound right. It's like I said, it's like the same gardeners. This is noble land. They don't allow just anybody to dig. I should go. I should go ask somebody. Oh, my mom's right over there. I'm gonna go ask her. And then she starts running toward the street.
all right. And I go ahead and turn into a spider and climb right up a tree to watch and see what happens. Oh, actually, first I'm going to clean up my mess. Then I'm going to turn into a spider and go up a tree.
Fair enough. So yeah, the mother comes back and she's like, and there was this cat man who said he was a gardener. And wait, where is he? He looks around. He was right here. He was digging, and he said he was a gardener, but he wasn't going to be here, and he's amateur or whatever. And he goes from park to park. Wait, where is he? And the mother's looking at him. What are you talking about? Let's go home. And she drags him away as you watch from the tree as a spider. And they disappear from sight.
Wow.
It's rough.
My best roll all night's been a 7. Well, with a
I don't feel so bad about fucking up my map roll.
I mean, as far as I roll, like, okay, well, I guess I made a decent stealth and perception roll earlier, but still, 4 natural ones.
God damn.
At least you're getting 60 experience points.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Actually, it's 100 because the multiplier's gone up since you're level 4 now.
Oh, okay. Even better.
Anyway, you finish up. So, what are you going to do from there?
Wait, what do you mean by finish up?
You finish digging out your hole and everything.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I'll go ahead and make sure that's all carefully sealed up. And head home and
Okay.
yes, tell everybody about my misadventures. Wow.
And while you're doing that, is anybody else doing anything? Ragu, are you holding off on your stuff, or are you going to do that?
Actually, I did kind of want to do that, but it was supposed to be later when they closed. So I don't know how that's going to work in with our plan. If we're going to do the digging tonight, or if we're not.
We're not doing it tonight. I won't be ready for that till tomorrow.
In that case, yeah, I would like to be able to go out with Oreo later tonight.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what it is.
We can just do that now, unless anybody else had anything else to do on the same day. I'm hearing a lot of blanks. So, oops, wrong one. So I'm going to say soon not. Okay. Come on. All right, like last time, I'm going to have everybody here, but obviously um, only Galen, sorry, only Oreo and Ragu are actually here. And they are close since you since you do that. So I'm just going to move some people, just temporarily positioning them. And I guess
Is it pretty quiet out here considering it's like pretty much dead of night?
it is. The beggars are still around. There's still people sleeping in the in the corners and whatnot. But it is pretty quiet. You see that the lights inside are out. You'll see them on the graphics, but that's just because I haven't set up a way to change that. So everything
Hmm.
seems to be fairly dark.
Well, we can either start with the side gates or go through straight the middle and start investigating this main spot first.
I can get us up and over the side fence, and then you can try and
Well,
pick them up from
there's
the back
there's
door.
people sleeping on these corners, so that's why I didn't know if we wanted to necessarily go to like we may want to spot which one of the two entrances seem better.
Okay, we'll scope that first.
So I want to go on this side and oh, there's one person there, but that the entrance to that thing is here.
Yep, right there.
Um, okay. And there's people all over. Um, how
Well, that beggar over there is kind of out of shot around the corner when you stand in front of the door, so he wouldn't be able to see us.
well, I mean, if it comes down to okay, can I just check out the lock at the front door right now? And again, I want to be stealthy with all of this, so I'm obviously when I'm going around, I'm being as quiet as I possibly can. But once I'm at the front door, can I just see how uh tight this particular lock or is or how it is? What's the situation?
Okay, so first go if you're trying to be stealthy, go ahead and make a stealth check. And as far as the lock goes, as far as you can tell, it looks fairly standard. So you don't think it'll be a terribly difficult roll, or or difficult task. However, you have run into especially crafty locks in the past that look normal but turn out to be much tougher than they look. But unless it's something like that, though, it should be normal.
Okay. So if this one looks pretty standard, then I want to go ahead and just try and lock pick this, because I mean, if I look inside, let me actually, let me just move myself in a spot so I can see the whole room to some degree. Um,
Yeah, you
yeah,
don't
it's
see
empty,
anybody in
so
there.
yeah, so I want to just go ahead and lock pick, and I tell Ragu to keep an eye out for me while I'm doing this.
Okay.
Okay, I go ahead. I go ahead and keep an eye out. And are you crouched down, looking at the lock?
Yeah, well, not crouching necessarily, like I probably like right
Well,
up
if you
against the
crouch down below
door.
5 feet, if you crouch down below 5 feet, I can just wiggle my fingers and minor illusion, just the illusion of the door around you, so it looks like you're not there.
Sure. I'll do that.
Okay.
So, thieves' tools.
Yep. All right. Yeah, it clicks. It's you unlocked it.
Okay, so I will go ahead and proceed in as I in crouched form, so that way I still kind of go into the illusion, but I make it clear that I'm inside for
Okay, I'll
Urgu,
go ahead and go in with you. Very
and
quietly
then
shut the door and let my illusion drop.
Okay.
yep, and now I definitely want to use the Dungeon Delver feat to really take like the time to look around this entire spot, like everything, especially behind the counter.
Sure.
And I will help her as much as I can with anything I can.
Okay.
I
Go
already
for.
get advantage with the feat, thankfully,
Oh,
so
okay.
Yep. Go
yeah.
ahead.
I believe it's perception.
Yep. All right. Yeah, you scour the place. Most of it is pretty standard. Behind the counter, you dig around. You find a safe, and you find in a drawer you find a key, but that's you don't find anything else unusual.
Okay, I'll get the key. Because I want to see if that obviously fits for the doors in the back.
Okay. And yeah, it does fit these other doors.
First, before opening them, though, I just want to hear and see if there's just, I mean, it's supposed to be the yard, but I have no idea. Can I just hear to see if there's anyone out there?
Up here or over here or both?
Both, before I open them.
You hear it's very faint, but you hear snoring coming from the other side of the store. You don't
And
hear
from the
anything
north.
from the store.
So I point Ragu to the north one first, so we'll, again, stealthily do it. So I want to just turn the key as quietly as possible. There you go, okay.
Okay, yep, you get the door open. Your previous stealth check is still writing, so you do it quietly, and you see what looks like a private dining area of some sort. You see a window. You can see the backyard from there, and a door that leads to the backyard.
Another dungeon delver feat to see if there's anything hidden in this spot too.
Okay. Yeah, you go and hunt around. Go ahead and make your roll.
Um, Give me a sec.
Okay, you hunt around, and you do happen to find a loose floorboard in the corner. And if you pry it up, you wind up seeing a small sack in there.
I kind of point Ragu in that direction, and I kind of say, "Is there any way you can help me again? Slowly and quietly pull this thing up or whatever."
Yep, I definitely do.
Okay, yeah, you guys pull the sack out. It's not that difficult. And inside, you find 30 gold coins.
Okay.
But you said it was a chest?
No, I said a sack.
No. I'm talking to Ragu. What is
I
it
don't
that?
know if did Gimbal tell me it was actual chest or is it just a stash?
He just said it was a stash or his treasure, but he didn't say anything about what it'd be in or anything. He probably didn't know.
Okay.
He didn't know what we're supposed to look for though? Like,
I do know that they are magic items, not gold.
okay. Okay. That's all I want to be sure about. Okay, so in that
Yes.
case, I want to
This
first
is
take a
just a
peek.
bonus.
Yeah, I just want to take a peek outside to see if there's anybody there.
You don't see anybody.
Okay, I
Just
want to
more
use
trash
the
and debris.
key to see if that fits in this door.
Yep. Go ahead and open it up.
Okay, does my current stealth still work for this?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll go in here and start to, and I'll I'll kind of get Ragu to come over as well. And I'll start on this side just as quietly as possible because I realize that this is connected to the other side and I know that somebody must be sleeping over there. So I just want to start investigating or, digging out what it is that we can
Yeah.
find.
Okay. Yeah. You find some trash. You find a crate, but it's not locked or anything. Inside the crate is seems to be yard tools. You
Is there like
find.
a false bottom in the crate or anything like that?
You can
Somewhere,
make a
just
perception
we're
check.
looking for something that hid.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a
I'll help
perception
him
check.
out. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right, me. Okay. Can I have yeah, okay, help. Okay.
Yeah, I'm helping you out. Go ahead.
Perception you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no false bottom.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's why I'm
moving.
helping you normally.
Well, I just figured you want to make a roll, so it's all good.
Yeah.
I'll keep moving along
You,
and
you see
seeing in
a
the
broken
crate.
down cart, water barrel, a broken box. It's pretty clear. You don't see anything in there though. You see some trash, some firewood, some sort of log, stump that it looks
I
like.
want to be very careful and just kind of peek around. I'm telling Ragu to stay still because I just want to hear and see if there is actually somebody sleeping on this side. So I just want to peek.
The sound of snoring is coming from the other side of that door.
The other side of the so likely somebody
Yeah.
is in that room. I see.
Yeah, I think there's a hallway behind the
In that case,
bar.
I'll go ahead and keep going around and
You find another pile of trash, a window, and it looks like it's hard to tell from there, but it looks like there's probably a kitchen or something on the other side. You see another water barrel.
is the window all the way to the ground or is it like
It's
how high up
it's
on the
probably
floor is
about
it?
2 feet high, 2 feet off the ground.
I'm gonna go ahead and crawl all the way under. So I'm underneath the window and then I'm gonna slowly peek up just to see what it is that I'm currently seeing.
Yep, you see so it looks like some sort of kitchen. You see some sort of stairs, a table, a cooking area. The fire wouldn't actually be going right now, but normally that's where the fire would be on the stove.
Should we check the rest of these trash piles to see if there's
You
anything
find
buried or
stairs
hidden?
going downward.
Oh
Oh,
God,
that
there's a.
might be it.
Oh, but didn't wait? You said
Oh,
that
I
it was
did
a
say it was
one-story
only one
place.
story. I think
Yeah.
these stairs were a mistake. My bad. But
Well, wait a
these
second. One
stairs are still
story
down
up,
there.
but they're one story up, but yeah, can always be a basement.
Yeah.
I know, but he was making a point to saying that there was stairs going up and there is a
Oh,
set of
okay.
stairs there, but it's not. Yeah, he's just correcting himself. That's all good. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see those stairs. Sorry.
So can I see where the person is sleeping from at this point of
No.
view?
You probably saw a door over here though,
Yeah, I did, but I thought
and it's
that it was
probably
the
on the
noise
other
of.
side of that door.
Oh, I see. Okay. And I'm assuming that this right here, this door is a door, right? The one that
Yeah.
down here?
Yep.
Can I go ahead and very again stealthily see if the key will fit there?
It does, and you unlock it.
And so I tell Ragu we're gonna go downstairs.
Okay.
All right. So you go downstairs. I don't actually have a separate map for that, but you find a small basement. You find several crates and barrels. It looks like this is where they store the supplies for the tavern. You know, the mead, the beer, the some maybe a cask of wine, some plenty of food and grain and that kind of thing. Um,
Okay.
but you probably spend, I would say, probably 10, 15 minutes going through all of that, and you're convinced it's just supplies.
Do you have, don't you have the skills to detect magic?
Yes, I can go ahead and while she's searching through everything with her dungeon delver feet, I can go ahead and very quietly ritual cast detect magic, and that'll give me like 30 feet in all directions. I start looking around for anything glowing.
Okay, you do, and so far you don't see anything glowing.
Well, at least it's
Okay.
running for the next 10 minutes. So we're gonna go back up, and I'm gonna use him as a freaking compass and see if there's any pings he's getting.
Yeah, I'm going to be up looking around everywhere in here. She's going to be using her dungeon delver feet to see if there's any trap or
Y-
hidden doors or anything.
Yep, let me
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and open that door for you. So yeah, out of all the areas you've been in so far, you don't see any magic.
All right.
This seems to be a fairly run-down place. You don't really see much in the way of valuables.
Okay.
The
What
only
about that safe there?
which safe?
There is a
There
safe
was a safe
under
under.
there that Oreo found.
Yeah. Um, right next to the key. Is that safe magical?
It
Is
is
there
not.
anything under the bar? Okay. Then I just kind of gesture to Ori that last room.
Yeah, it's gonna be that last room, but it's also the room with whomever's in there. So unless you have, do you have anything like what's the equivalent of chloroform in D&D to knock someone out?
Sleep.
Um,
Sleep's the
yeah,
equivalent of chloroform.
yeah.
It's a
The
spell.
sleep spell is the sleep spell is the one spell I do not have.
I have
However,
sleep.
yeah. Well, you're gonna have to teach it to me at some point. But I said we should trade spells. We're both wizards.
Okay, so he's not
But
here. We get it.
yeah,
All right. So,
but I
uh,
do have this peyote. Can I like? Is it? Can I squeeze juice out of it? How exactly is it a powder?
I think that's gonna do the opposite of what we wanted to do. We don't need him to be like super loud right now. We need him to just knock out.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not going to do that.
Yeah. So you have a pretty nice fist to put people to sleep. Do you think
Yeah, I was
that?
gonna say punch to knock out, brass knuckles, just in case he wakes up. Clonk, back to head.
So I'm gonna go ahead and open the door, and then immediately, because I have a feeling that that might wake him up. Can you just knock him back out?
Yeah, if he wakes up, I will knock him back out. And go ahead and get the door
All
open
right,
nice and
you open
quiet.
the door. You see a groggy face. Huh? Go ahead and do a damage roll, Ragu.
It's a
Righty.
surprise. I'm assuming he could beat it with advantage, maybe?
No,
Oh no,
he
he said
hits.
just a damage roll.
I'm asking for a damage
Oh,
roll.
damn it.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, yeah.
gonna hit him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, aren't can you just say that it's not going to be lethal or anything? Because I mean,
Yeah,
obviously
I
you
was
don't have.
gonna go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna go a to knockout. Um,
Okay, you
eight
punch him.
points only to
He's
knock out.
Yeah, he's unconscious, and you see a small supply closet.
Okay, anything in here glowing,
There is not.
pinging? Anything in the roof or ceiling? There's got to be something in here.
I want to use my Dungeon Delver to actually just investigate the crap out of this place too, just to
All
be
right, yeah,
super
Yes.
you
sure.
spend several minutes with your dungeon diver. You find supply barrels, water. You find a couple of objects that, from the smell, contain something liquid. It's not water, but otherwise you don't find anything interesting.
What the hell, Ragu?
I have confidence in my contact. There is something here. Do we need to go outside and check all those trash piles? And the guy who used to use this place wasn't well liked by the bartender, apparently. So maybe he just had his stash hidden outside in the alley.
Okay, fine. So I'll go ahead and close the doors for this one room that the guy is in, and I make sure they're locked, and we'll go back outside and then scour the grounds. I mean, I guess
Okay,
what are we gonna literally just start?
you guys scour the grounds, and Raku, go ahead and make an intelligence check, please.
An intelligence check.
Yeah, just an intelligence check.
Wait a second.
So thinking back, and uh, you were told that the guy would hang out here, and when he feels safe and has some liquor in him, he would oftentimes spout out things, and he might have said where he hid things, but never in any of that did he ever say that the thing's actually hidden here. He just said that he might have said where it is hidden here.
But he's arrested. That was the whole point. You said that he's arrested and gone, and
Yes.
Gimbal said he probably hides his stuff here.
No, I said Gimbal. Gimbal said he hangs out here, and when he has plenty to drink, he might boast or talk about things. So there's a good chance that he might have let loose where he had his stuff hidden.
I'm giving him a very mean eye right now.
Yeah, you're giving me. Yeah, I get. Yeah, down there. Goddamn.
Yep. I'm gonna just go right back in through whatever means that it's not that room. I'm gonna return the key back where it was, and I'm gonna go storming out the goddamn front door.
Okay,
And I'm gonna lock the door.
fair enough. We will go back to the map. Alrighty. Okay, so you get back that evening. You don't find any issues because, like I said, most people were asleep, and you managed to sneak in and out without anybody realizing it, even if one person was forcibly forced back to sleep. Um, and you make your way back to where you're staying, and everybody wakes up the next day. So what do you do?
All right. Well, I go ahead and I swap out cure wounds in favor of locate animals or plants. And so now I'm all ready to finish up with the excavation tonight. So I let everybody know that I did successfully, get everything started, even if I had to annoy or deal with an annoying brat of a kid, which, by the way, will probably need to keep an eye out for. He'll probably be looking for Fern Treebeard.
All right.
In fact, actually, we might have to have some a non-tabaxi individual keep an eye out for that kid, and if he sees me wandering around being all noisy, make sure his mother hears, oh yeah, he's going around ranting about some Fern Treebeard person or something.
That's funny.
Alrighty. Okay, so you talk about all that. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do? I should say, are you gonna do anything during the day while you're waiting to start everything?
Well, I guess the only thing was something I'd mentioned before was I was kind of interested in seeing if there was anything any blacksmiths or whatever could do to improve my claws.
Oh, okay. Right. So you go through and you take a look at the local blacksmiths. You probably use Oreo's contact to help you search. And let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so yeah, you are able to find. You spend most of the day searching actually, but you are eventually able to find a blacksmith who seems to be working with a limited supply of mithril, and apparently the stuff can, if used, if shaped correctly, can hold a sharper edge than normal. And if you go and you're asking about your claws, he does suggest that for a fee he could potentially create you a new set of mithril claws, but it won't be cheap.
What kind of price are you looking at?
So that would be probably about 2,000 silver.
2,000 silver. All right. Oh yeah, it's the equipment tab. 2,000 silver, 200 gold. Oh geez.
Your total in silver is at the bottom there.
Wait, and he said how much again?
2,000.
Oh, okay. That's more than I have. Wait a minute. No. So wait. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I was. Uh, all right. Yeah, that's something I'll have to set aside for a rainy day because yeah, that's definitely out of my price range for now.
Okay.
But I'm definitely interested.
Cool. All right. Anybody else doing anything during the day before you start your next leg of your adventure?
Um, well, if that was during the daytime,
Yeah, you have the whole day.
yeah, I can go back to that bar.
Okay. And
Yeah, I'll
are you
go with
going by
him.
yourself or are you taking Oreo again?
Yeah, and I'm
Uh,
I'm going with him.
Okay. So in that case, let me start. Well, you get the idea. I'm not going to put everybody back.
You sure you want to tell us how this works again?
Let me at least put back the bartender. Okay, so you show up. What time of day are you showing up?
Probably the afternoon.
yeah,
Not too
yeah. Let the
terribly
regulars
early.
get a chance. Yeah, let the not too terribly early. Let the regulars get a chance to get in there and start drinking.
Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, you show up and it's fairly busy again, and the bartender recognizes you as you go in, and he says, "Oh, hello. You said you were interested. I guess you didn't make it again last night, huh?"
Yeah, we
Our
got caught
business
up
was a
with.
bit late.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But we certainly like another round of beers if we got 'em.
Yeah, of course. Same 5 coppers.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and pay for that.
I'll take mine, and then I just want to take a quick look. I want to use perception to kind of pick out who among the regulars here looks like they're already on the borderline of tipsy, or like kind of like, or maybe too talkative, or just a little too jovial. Like, who among these people look very friendly looking, I guess.
Mm, this guy over here is already talking, and he just seems to be blathering on about something in his day, talking about you know the weather, and he just keeps talking and talking and talking, and everybody else around him is ignoring him pointedly.
Well, I will point Ragu in that direction because I trust him more as the talker than I am, but I at least point him to the guy that might help us out. Ragu.
Okay, yeah. Here we go. Sorry, I was trying to move. I had to refresh. Roll 20.
Oh, okay.
This guy you said?
The red guy in the back.
Okay. And I sit down with him, and it's like, "How you doing? Just gonna start normal conversing." It's like, "Can I get you a beer, friend?"
Of course. Finally, somebody who's willing to talk. All these people, it's just like, it's like a hard day, and well, I didn't really work today, but it was a hard day yesterday, and I just want to have some conversation. And then, the sky is a very interesting color yesterday, and it was pretty cloudy though, and kind of humid, and he's rambling. So what do you do?
I listen, I get him another beer, and kind of slowly start working into the conversations. Questions about um, Hentro Akatara, like a little hedge mage guy. Every once in a while, just ask him a question about that, kind of filter it in as I continue feeding him beers.
And I will go ahead and also help with the funneling of beers by going back to the counter and getting more beers and then passing them back to Ragu.
Fair enough. All right, so yeah, you do that, and you start trying to naturally start talking about Hintaro. Go ahead and give me a persuasion or a performance check, whichever you're more comfortable with. You have
Okay.
advantage though because the guy is plastered.
and I'm helping him get that way.
Yep.
It's like I'm paying for his beers. He's got to be happy.
Yep.
All right. Am I making it or is
You are.
Ori?
You're talking. No, you're
Okay.
talking.
All right. What was it? Persuasion or
Performance. Whether you're trying to talk him into it or, be natural, or whether you're just kind of hamming it up and trying to be like he is or whatever, whichever approach you want to take.
all right. Good luck to me.
Okay, so yeah, he's talking and he's like, and he would talk about how he had this treasure, yeah, right, and where is he now with this treasure? And he's
Yeah.
all clever because there was like, I don't know, was it some sort of like isolated grave site or whatever, the ancient grave site or something. Um, and it's like he's talking about how he hit, people didn't go there and how it was magically sealed, but somehow he was able to get through, and some sort of grave, and it's like, whoa, and he
Some sort
starts
of
rambling
A,
again.
a grave, you said?
yeah, a grave. A grave. You said. You
Yeah, a
know,
grave.
maybe did he
Yeah. Yeah.
say a name?
Apparently, if you where the necropolis is, I think that's what it's called, necropolis. Anyway,
Mhm.
wherever that thing is, and then you go. There's like this dirt path that leads off into the forest or something, and it leads to a grave that's all by itself supposedly. And apparently nobody has been there in years, and it's hidden there somehow. I don't know, some sort of magic seal and
Wait, you're literally
ancient.
cutting in and out, Jeremy. Can you repeat from the part where you said that it's after it's a path to the forest, that it's all by itself? Repeat that part. I'm sorry, because you're cutting in and out, so I'm
Oh,
like getting
sorry.
pieces.
He
Yeah, and
basically
I'm not typing nearly fast enough.
he basically tells you that there's this path that leads out of the necropolis into the forest, and that there's some sort of isolated grave there, and then he keeps saying something about a magic seal and an ancient structure or something, and a grave and a path, and then he just repeats himself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and pour him a shot of some very good stuff in appreciation for talking to me today.
Okay, and you probably spent probably about 5 silver on drinks.
Okay, 5 silver on drinks. Hold on. Equipment and Nick and 0. Okay, copy.
All right. So what do you do next?
Okay, well, we know where we want to go.
I mean, we
Is
can certainly spend. We'll say that because I know we're getting close to the time anyway. Maybe can we say, for the sake of just shortening just a little bit, could we say that we spend the rest of the afternoon just trying to trace what potentially might be the area in day, just so that we can maybe come back at night and try that out at potentially next session?
Sure.
well, I was going to say if we can find the grave during the daytime, there's no real reason to, have to come back sneaking around at night if we can just get in and get it.
Well, we don't know exactly who else might be in these areas,
Yeah,
especially if it's an isolated area. So the
no,
last thing I
that's
want
what
to
I
do
was
is out in
getting
the
at.
twilight.
Yeah, we'll
And there
scope
might
it
be
out
some
first,
annoying
obviously.
graveyard kid.
Well, yeah, that's what I
Hmm.
was saying. We'll scope it out first, but yeah, we can just, go to the necropolis during the daytime as if we're just visiting a family grave,
Yep.
kind of look and find the path. There should be just a lone grave somewhere
If
Okay.
down
if
this
any,
path.
Go ahead
what I
and.
will,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
there's only one thing I was gonna say is once we're maybe like, I don't know, roughly when we're, I don't know, somewhere near, or when we have a feeling that we're getting somewhere close, can you start doing your ritual cast of detect magic just for the sake of having it up as we get closer? That's all I was
Oh,
gonna say.
yeah, definitely do that.
Okay. So what I will do then is Okay, so go ahead and give me a investigation check, because you're in at the necropolis. You're trying to find the right path, and all that. But you guys can help each other. So whoever
My
wants to roll, go
investigation
ahead.
is 2, so I think you're better at that one.
Yeah, my investigation is 3, but with Char, I actually have advantage and +3 on.
There you
Oh no,
go.
that's perception, not
Yep.
stealth. Or yeah, perception, not investigation.
But you get a 3 in investigation, so I'm helping you out. So go ahead and
Right.
just roll it.
Okay. Yep. You
Yes.
find the path. You it leads you. You're surprised people don't notice it. It's a worn path, but it just sticks out like it's glowing to you, and you follow it, and you actually go for several minutes away from the necropolis, following the path, kind of into the forest. You can kind of come across this hilly area, and there's just this grave sitting all by itself.
Okay, detecto magico.
You definitely detect magic. It's coming from under the ground.
Okay, I look around left and right, and do you see anybody, Oreo? Are we pretty much by ourselves here?
You're
Do I
definitely by
need?
yourself. You've gone quite a ways away from the from people in the necropolis.
Huh. All
Mm,
right. Well,
all right, I'll go up to the grave and see if there's. You said magical symbols or seals or an ancient structure. That's all
You don't
artifact.
see anything actually right now. You just see a tombstone. The surface of the tombstone, it looks like it had engravings, but perhaps due to the wear and tear of time, or perhaps intentional damage, it's basically been scratched free, and you see some dirt. Although you do notice that the dirt has been disturbed recently, probably within the last couple of weeks. But yeah, otherwise you see a gravestone and you see dirt.
can I, before Ragu gets any closer, can I go ahead and spend the time to see if detect if there's not that I don't know if it's detect, but just to see if there's traps anywhere around this area.
Sure. Go ahead and make, I guess, a perception check.
Yep, and I do. It's with advantage on this one, and I suck. So
There's
well,
no traps.
there's that.
Absolutely
Cool,
no traps.
cool. I just go straight up to the goddamn grave then. Awesome. Um,
You walk up,
any
and yeah, like I said, you see a grave that looks unmarked. It clearly was at one point. Like I said, it's been worn or scratched away, and you see a plot that has been recently disturbed, but it is completely covered with dirt, and that's really it.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
I'll
like
go ahead
literally
and
watching the clock here. Do you really want to do this now, or should we just hold off? I don't know what your
I'd like
thoughts.
to finish it before next session. That's just more stuff next session, and then next session, the next session.
Okay,
So,
so
all
all
right,
right.
I'll go ahead and ritual cast a unseen servant to help me dig up the dirt to get to whatever's glowing underneath it.
Fair enough. You do so, and I'm going to go ahead and move you guys. And go ahead and move you. So you dig it up, and eventually you dig deep enough, and you find there's no body, and the glow is coming from a stone door, and you see the stone door is covered in runes or in magical symbols. Um, you recognize it, but there are, from what you know or what you can feel, there's two seals on there. There seems to be the original seal that is fairly weak, but it looks like it was reinforced somehow, and a fresh seal that was made, obviously fairly recently, and they seem to be keeping the door closed. But otherwise, you see a stone door with a handle that looks like it would otherwise be possible to open.
Do you know
Mm,
anything about these seals in particular that would help us
That's
with
that's what I
unlock?
was going to get at. Is these seals? Is this going to be Arcana or Artifice?
I think this would be Arcana.
Okay. Um, with advantage or just normal? Because I know what I'm dealing with.
No, I think it's just normal.
Okay. But yeah, like to try and figure out how to get in.
Yep. And you do. You figure out how to use your magic and your You've traced the seals in the right way, and the door slides open.
All right.
And inside, you see a brazier that has not been lit in quite some time, and you see 3 stone doors, and these all seem to be they're big and heavy, but it seems like there's nothing keeping you from opening them.
Okay. You're breaking up a bit. You said they're big and heavy, but they're not magically shut.
That's right.
Okay. Well, go ahead and do you want to pick one order or just grab one?
Just go ahead and open one. You seem to be the stronger one, so go ahead.
All right. Yep. I pick this door here, and I have a crowbar if I need for opening.
Okay, you open the door and you see a large
Oh,
room
jeez.
with bones piled up beneath, and that's where we're gonna end the session.
Yeah, holy shit.
Gonna
Oh,
say we're gonna have to
God.
remember this place. Devak will be liking it.
Oh my God. What did we do? I think we should have just stopped at the outside,
Mm,
man.
I didn't know it was gonna be this involved. I was just trying to finish it.
All right, so that will be the end of the session. So during the day, you are at that gravesite. You have entered into the structure below, having got past the seals, which you actually do get experience for. Um, and then the other, everybody else is preparing to, make the tunnel and get into the uh, Tabaxi area, and that's where we'll end it. So let me go ahead and calculate your experience points. Hold on, sorry. There it is.
I only had one failure.
All right. So that would be Devok with 1, Pico with plenty, Oreo, you had 2, I believe. Ragu, you
I
had
had,
2.
yeah.
I don't think Ire actually had any. Galen, did you have any failures?
Well, he wasn't here, so.
No, Galen.
Oh, I thought you said I.
Oh yeah, Ire didn't, but
I think I had one failure. I don't know if I got my second though.
okay. So you
There
got
wasn't very scroll, so you can just scroll up and look if you're unsure.
Yeah.
all right. Yeah, you got the 1 there, and then so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and experience points. Oh, that's unusual. So yeah, it turns out that you guys are going to get 600 experience points, even which is exactly what you got last time, even though you got a higher multiplier this time. It's pretty weird. All right, so there you go. You should be able to see the experience total. So everybody gets 600 experience points. 300 from encounters. I was counting social encounters there. That's why it's so high. And 300 from experience, or from exploration. That would be things like, discovering new places, figuring out where the grave was, and that kind of thing. And it looks like everybody except Galen got the 2 failures. And Ire should be
I was
0.
gonna say, you said the learning by failure multiplier changed. Is
Oh,
that
that you got. You're right. You're right. That should be 50 and 100. You are absolutely correct.
So I have 20 more.
No, you have 50 more.
Oh, so
Oh.
60 plus 50 for the learning by failure?
No. I'm fixing it now. Hold on. I'll just show
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
There you
Anybody
go.
with 30 would get 50.
Okay,
Anybody with
got
50
it.
would
Do you
get
see it
100.
now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, all good.